Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Just first off, let's just start off with can you guys hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Thumbs up if you can hear the dog. Can you hear the dog?
Right after that, they sent us like a $50 one right after.
Thank you, Barney. Appreciate you. All right, all right. Welcome in, everybody. Norma, good morning, Dee and Chad. Barney, good morning, everyone. Barney, it's going to be a great show without a doubt. The more participation and the more thoughts and the more people we get in the channel, the more it's going to make us all smarter. Click the likes, click that thumbs up. Support the channel if you can. It's getting closer to that day when we're going to be going to Tucson, Arizona. Carol, good morning, everyone. Barney, good morning. Carol, hello, Barney. Carolina girl, good morning, Double Dog and Pups. Yes, welcome in, everyone. Pam, hey, DD, and everyone. Good to have you, Pam. Barney, I have 2 chargers hooked up to my laptop. Hopefully, I will stay charged long enough for the show. Al, good morning, DD, and everyone. I am listening in for about 45 minutes while I get ready because son has an appointment. You got it, El. Thank you. Barney, L, okay. Pam, hey, Barney. Pam, hey, Norma. Barney, hey, Pam. Carolina girl, hey, Pam. Hey, Barney. Chris, here is the link if you need it. Here is the link. All right, all right. There you go, my brother. There is the link. No, I just let him out. Can you hear the dog? Good to have you. Good to have you. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome in.
Well, that's what you asked.
Good morning, DD, and everyone. Good
so, whichever.
Good morning. Carolina, good morning. Barney. Hi, Chris, Jim. Hello, Ghost Hunter. Carolina, hello. Pam, hello. Annie, hello. Just trying to get all these read here. Carolina, Pam, Chris, send the link. Carolina, Jim. Carolina, April, good morning.
I have one thing to say. Can I?
Go ahead.
Jim, don't start. Okay, that's all.
Heather, good morning.
I'm sure throughout this stream you will learn what the hell he's talking about because boy, last night was a hoot, man.
It was.
How do you know?
I don't know. I just sounded good. Jim, hello.
You don't know because you weren't there. Don't be starting.
I absolutely love this channel. Thank you, Heather. Love having you. Jim,
hello,
Pam,
everybody.
and Carolina. All right. Annie, welcome in. All right, everybody. If you haven't already, click the likes, give the thumbs up, share the stream. We got to get more people growing. We are growing, but we want more people because it'll make us more smarter, in my opinion. With that, we're dealing with an open chat today. Talk about anything, any questions you have on any cases, even if you got something on your mind about something that you want to literally share with the chat as far as something that we've covered, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll start off if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'm hungry.
Go ahead. Other than the hungriness.
Oh, okay, never mind. No, I saw a report, and I don't. It was from hours ago, but I don't know if anybody said. But it's about the missing scientist, Casillas, the Casillas lady.
Yep.
The autopsy came in. I don't know. Did you see that, or did Doug mention it to you at all? Yeah, it came in. So, there was obviously there was a gun found next to her. Remember?
Right.
And she was shot but the bullet is from the backside of her skull down low by the neck, and then it came out the front of the skull. Who unalives themselves like that with a gun behind their head? How do you know what I'm saying? Like
that's more like a that's a personal, that's a very personal unaliving.
Right, but I mean, look, you aren't holding you ain't, I mean, really correctly, you're not holding a gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You'd have to be like, so anyways, so that's what they found there.
Okay.
There was that, and the bullet went through and through.
Okay.
But the autopsy says undetermined.
Okay, well, okay.
Here we go.
Here we go again. Where this was up in New Mexico or where?
I think she was in New Mexico, and I'll bring up the report. And
that'd be awesome.
Undetermined. Are you kidding me?
Welcome in, Angel Eyes. Welcome in. Good to have you.
Wrong computer.
Don't forget, click them likes for Let's Talk with Chris and Devil Dog _88. So we are talking. It's an open chat. We are talking right now. Chris is bringing up something dealing with the Casillas case with the scientist, one of the scientists that went missing.
Watch, I won't be able to find her now.
And apparently she had a a wound to the back of her head, literally, bottom. Kind of hard for someone to do that themselves.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's a very tough one. And then they ruled it. Here's the kicker. Chris said they ruled it as a undetermined. Well, we pretty much think that maybe it was something that did with that pew that made it pretty obvious, right? It's like no one wants to put their name on any of these unalivings that's been going on because they don't. It's like they don't have faith in what they're writing. Just makes no sense. April, there's Chris's channel. Subscribe, everybody, if you're not. Good morning, L. Please don't forget to hit the likes and share the channel. Subscribe if you haven't. Barney, what's up with these autopsies lately? It's like no one wants to be accountable for their decisions that they make. Nobody. So these people are getting paid to literally find and determine what the situation is. Now, I don't have all the details, but I can tell you there's two things that normally happen. The way this person was unalived, that's not normal. And the only other thing that always happens is when somebody does do that, they usually, if they do it in their bed, they usually take their glasses off, they sit it down. They want it the nicest, most cleanest area for the people that are going to have to clean up the mess. That's how they do it. Been through a number of them. That's how they do it. So in this case, it just doesn't look like that is what's happening here. Holly, good morning, Holly. Welcome in. I got a little bit of my Mojo double shot Starbucks, so I'm ready to roll.
You do?
Right here, my brother.
Starbucks?
Starbucks.
Oh, I'm leaving then. Hey, it was nice seeing you guys.
I'm gonna roll, man. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Oh, God. I'm just trying to find the correct. For some reason, the video that I want isn't working. It won't play from them. So hold on one second.
All right.
Because I can just. Where are you?
So there was a couple other things that I heard last night in reference to, and I won't go into deep because I'm going to wait for Chris to finish this topic here, but something dealing with Nolan Wells.
I read that.
Huh?
I read something about Nolan Wells today.
It was a video that was put out by an investigator in reference to the pathologists, both pathologists. I thought it was really good. Maybe
I didn't read that then.
I thought it was really good, except you had to get into the weeds to be and figure out what they were saying and what they weren't saying. So we're going to cover that here in a bit.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready for bed, though.
No, you're not.
I am. There's people in this chat that kept me up late last night.
Hey,
at work.
Don't blame the.
Jim. It was Jim's fault.
Watching you.
So, Melissa,
I can barely hear you, Chris. Can you turn up your volume a little?
You can't hear me.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding. Melissa Casillas, autopsy reveals gunshot wound, but mystery deepens as death ruled undetermined. Nearly a year after the New Mexico mother disappeared, the office of the medical investigator identified her cause of death, but stopped short of saying whether it was homicide, suicide, or accident. I'm sure it wasn't an accident. Nearly a year disappeared from the northern Mexico. I don't want to read over the same stuff. According to an autopsy by the New Mexico Office of Medical Investigator, Casillas died from a gunshot wound to the head. However, the medical examiner classified her manner of death as undetermined, meaning investigators could not conclude whether the shooting was a homicide, suicide, accident, or another manner of death. I mean, I guess that's understandable, but I mean, she died from a gunshot wound. I mean, so do they keep that open so then they can, if they find something out, they can nail it down to, all right, this was a homicide?
Well, they probably, my guess is they're going to keep it open because there is no determination. So it'll be open, but they'll wait to see if there's anything comes down the line, and then they'll reopen it. I mean, it's not closed. They'll probably get more involved in it.
Right.
Which is crazy because welcome in, Jaylene, welcome in. It's crazy because of the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, this is the lady that they were walking on this hike or trail or whatever, and she had two people with her, right? If I remember right, this is the one that had the two people with her, and they were walking.
I don't think that was her.
I don't think that was her.
I don't think so.
All right, let me see if I got it here. And the reason I'm saying is because
I forget now.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of them. We did a lot of them, and it's as easy to forget, no doubt about it. And I could be a little off base here, but let me see if I got it here.
I don't remember that though.
Going down in my notes. Okay, here it is right here. She was young, 53 years old.
Yep.
She was an assistant at the Los Alamos National Laboratory.
Yep. She was the major's assistant.
Yes, which her husband also worked there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yep. Her case remains highly scrutinized by both federal authorities and independent. The disappearance, here we go. The last sighting was on June 26, 2025. Casillas dropped her husband off at work, headed home to Taos County because she forgot her security badge. That was the one with the security badge. She forgot it. And then she went home. Later that afternoon, the doorbell cameras captured her walking alone southbound on State Route 518 in Talpa, New Mexico. Left behind her belongings. She left behind her purse, her wallet, her keys, her car, her personal identification. Whereas at home, now here's the thing. Those things were left behind.
Yep.
So she has no purse. She has
nothing.
Nothing. But yet there's going to be a mysteriously pew that's going to be next to her. What? Is she carrying it down in her hand?
Right. But here's the other thing too. She had two cell phones. Two of them.
Right.
And both of them were found at the house, but both of them had been factory reset.
That is correct. Oh. Yep, that is fact.
So, I mean, she factory reset her phones, so there's no information found. But again, like we all know, there is no factory reset.
There is no factory.
Unless, Apple or whoever does it. So, I don't know. But
here's the other thing. She packed her toothbrush.
Yeah. She took
and medication, which suggests she intended to stay alive rather than commit unaliving. That's well said, no doubt. So that really surprises me Of course, they are gonna look into this more, because I think this was one of those that was one of the few that when the president got involved and said, or the Congress got involved and said they want to know some answers, what the heck is going on. Remember? And it was kind of like the pushing it over to the top. Carolina girl, good morning, Melly. Welcome in, Melly. Hello, sweet Carol. Tabitha, welcome in. Jaylene, welcome, says Melly. All right. Jaylene, Norma. So the idea is that normally they're going to work this case because they have to work it. They got to put something down. And
I'll be right back.
You got it. When you write undetermined, that just means literally, that just means that they are trying to figure out what happened. They can't say either which way because they really don't know. But look, you know for a fact because they told you they had nothing with her. She had nothing on her, right? Nothing on her. She left all her personal items behind. So what? She's going to carry a pew-pew in her hand as she's walking down with a toothbrush. You know what I mean? It just makes no sense. In my opinion, I smell foul play big time. And so they're going to have to try to reconstruct this because she was, I don't know what the condition of the body or how much it had decayed, but they're going to have to literally process it. What I would do is I start back from the beginning, from when she left. I find out who she talked to at the Los Alamos laboratory. I would find out who she talked to, because you got to remember, this is also the case that she said she had to go back home so she could go ahead and tend for one of her kids who was sick, or her kid that was sick, her daughter. And she was going to work remotely, if I'm not mistaken, from home, which she never did. So the idea becomes there's definitely foul play somewhere. It's just trying to fill out those dynamics that we just don't have. But make no mistake, they are going to look into it because they have to find out. They have to know. And if they don't know, well, it's going to be a sad state of affairs for them, because you're talking about a scientist with a lot of information now. They're always going to go back to the husband, and they're going to probably talk to him and find out what he knows. What was their relationship like? What was going on? Was there any tense moments? Was there any time that there was some friction? You got to remember, they both worked at the same laboratory, her and her husband, and they said they only had one car. So it's interesting. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. She dropped him off.
Yeah.
And then claimed that she forgot her computer and stuff at home and went back for it. But obviously there was another plan because she left her house walking away. You know what I mean? So It's like, what would be going on there? But anyways, no, I was listening to, because there was a double homicide in Acton, Mass last night. Acton's only, 20 minutes from me.
Right.
But then I got an alert on my phone just now that they're in another town that's right next to me. Like, I can be to this address where they are right now in like 4 minutes, but there's a homicide there at that house, and the car in the driveway in the one that's right near me is the car they were looking for that was in the Acton double homicide. So they made it here, and then there's another homicide next door to me over here.
Right.
So they're all connected. So
got you.
A lot of police activity going on. So yeah. But yeah, so anyways, let me just go on, and let me just say real quick hello to everybody in the chat. Jim, Jaylene, Shush, I don't want to hear any more about ghosts and stuff like that. So yeah.
Welcome in, Granny. Welcome in, Granny Jackie.
Good morning, Melly. Melly, let me know if you want to come up at all, and I'll have I'll have to check with the boss of this channel because sometimes he can be. So
Melly's always wanted, and Melly also don't forget to subscribe to Melly's channel as well. I haven't.
Melly doesn't have a channel.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody.
No, she doesn't have a channel.
Okay.
No,
right.
not.
Sorry, Melly.
Maybe someday we can talk her into getting one, but no.
Okay.
But yeah, Melly, just let me know if you want to come up. So anyways, let me read on here. So according to the autopsy by the New Mexico police, did I already read that? Casillas died from the gunshot wound to the head.
Yep.
Did I read that already?
Yeah.
All right. I forget now. But I was going to say, New Mexico State Police. Oh no, official autopsy findings. Who initially stated? Sorry, that was the state police talked to the somebody there and stated that no projectile had been located in the Casillas skull upon an initial CAT scan. Casillas remains were in advanced state of decomposition when they were discovered, noting her body was largely skeletal with minimal soft tissue remaining. Several bones were also missing, including portions of the hand and foot. So she was there for a while, obviously. And that would probably be maybe animals.
True.
Where they found her, I saw a picture of where they found her, and it was like off the beaten path. Like, I mean, it was
almost like she was dragged.
Yeah, they said
an animal or something.
Well, I don't know about that, but they said where they found her. I think they said she wasn't walking in there. Like, she would have probably had to have been carried or something.
Okay.
So, but again, an animal. Who knows? A bear. She was in the woods, like way up. You know what I mean? So who knows?
Let me ask you: when you saw the picture, was her skull all intact?
No, I didn't. No pictures of her skull. This was just a picture of where they found her.
So the reason I asked that, chat, is because anytime you go to a call or you handle a case dealing with a possibly self-inflicting unaliving wound, one of the main things you have to find, if at all possible, is that round that went in and exited. So obviously we know it exited because they said there was nothing in her skull, right? So that means that round went somewhere in that little vicinity. Now, granted, they maybe because the animals put her or dragged her or someone carried her to a different location, that's possible that the right area is not where she went unalived. That is possible. So, but you would look, that guy, whoever did this is not going to carry her 5 miles down the road and throw her somewhere, right? So it wouldn't really be hard to get out some of our high-tech equipment that you can find these little objects by just going over the surface, maybe start at grid squares and see if you can get a hit with that lead round, or I'm assuming it's lead. So they should be able to find that, because that's always crucial. Because here's the thing, if you can't find it or it's not there, that means somebody did this, and it's possible that someone picked it up so no one could tell anything about it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about that earlier, and I was like, because it went through and through, so it went in and out. So that out, who the hell knows how far the out went? I don't know. Like, true. Breaking through the skull is strong, right? That bone is strong, and I don't remember how thick it is. It's pretty thick, I believe.
Did they say the size of the weapon? The type?
I haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
But I'm thinking if that went through and through, I mean, shit, that projectile could be anywhere.
That is true.
I don't know how. Once it comes in and goes out, and obviously the projectile is now deformed. I don't know how far it can go.
Sure.
I would think it would be to determine how thick the skull was, to how much it had to penetrate. So, I mean, that thing could have went for half a mile. I mean, I don't know.
Right. Well, what they would do is they would take it back to forensics. Forensics would take that same type of because they found a pew, I believe.
Yeah, they do. It was next to her.
Okay, so so the pew's next to her. They would take that. They would take around. They would literally put it inside after they get it all their information out of it, as far as serial numbers and fingerprints and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And then what they would do is they would literally test it on a dummy subject, who obviously it's a dummy, and they would literally fire it into it and see kind of which way it would probably go.
Yeah.
And that's how they would. It's kind of like a CSI thing, you know. That's exactly how they do it.
And it was here, and it came out up here. So it went bottom right, lower bottom right, and it came out up top on the left somewhere. So this is how it went. I guess you could take the pew and do it like that. I mean, right here, but they didn't say exactly where. They just said, lower right. But most people, sorry, I mean, from all the, all the suicides that I've seen by pew or anything, it's not back here.
Right.
Nobody. I mean, that's just not normal, right? I mean, it's here, it's in the mouth,
So here's could be two scenarios right here. One, the individual, depending on the pew because of the tracker mechanism, whether it's a revolver that's a little bit harder to pull. So one thing could be she went from the side, and if you decide to do this, let me tell you what, it's not easy. Takes a lot to do this to yourself, because
I couldn't imagine.
So it's possible that she could have been shaking, and then pulling the trigger and shaking, and then it kind of slowly comes down, and then that's when it goes in.
Yeah,
that's one case scenario. The other case scenario is that literally, someone could have literally done it from that angle.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're going to look at what is her strong hand. They're going to try to figure out, was she right-handed, left-handed? Does where the pew was found by her body, was that literally like does that correspond where once she did that, if she did it, that pew would have fell right in that area, because they can get an estimation, and then or the other thing is, and this is the third one, somebody could have done it, and she was trying to hold them back from doing it, and they're shaking, and one starts up here, but it slowly moves down here, and next thing you know, kapow, right? Yeah. Very many different scenarios, but that's what they're trained to do.
Right.
They're trained to figure that out.
The other thing, too, is, entering, when it goes into the skull and whatever it hits on the way out, I mean, you could enter here and it could come out over here somewhere, depending on what it hits inside.
Got you.
That's true. Like when I remember years ago, one of the guys that I used to work with, he was, where the hell was he? He was sitting down doing something with his guns. He had a lot of guns. He ended up shooting himself right here, and right where the right in the
shoulder,
cuff area,
clavicle, right.
But the bullet ended up down here on his forearm, so it went in here and then said. And I'm like, how the hell did you shoot yourself in the shoulder, but yet the bullet's down here in your wrist?
Right.
And the doctor was like, when it hits those, when it hits the bones and stuff, it just takes its own path.
Absolutely. Well, you also got to remember, too, the type of round that's in that chamber. If it's one of these hypershock or hollow point, it's just, once it hits, it's going to go ahead and ricochet and go wherever. So that is possible.
Yeah, it just tears everything apart. It just tears through everything. So it says the bullet reportedly entered the right side of the base of Casillas's skull, traveled from right to left and upward and exited through the left side of her skull. But I mean, that could be here.
Mhm.
Here. You know what I mean? Nobody
Yeah.
knows. The autopsy, that's what the autopsy report states. The skeletal remains were leaned back against stone in a depression in rocks, with the left tibia, fibula, shoe, and sock approximately 20 feet away. So that again, so her stuff was 20 feet away from her. She was positioned, and what they did say, I remember this from the report when they found her, the way she was positioned, they said it wouldn't be normal the way a person would sit. They said
Gotcha.
It looks like she was positioned there. Somebody put her there to sit like that. I don't know how they determined that, but they said doesn't look like it would be a normal sitting position for a person.
So when
Whatever
they found
that-
her, when they found her, she was sitting.
Yeah, so she was like sitting in a depression of rocks. You know what I mean? It
Mhm.
wasn't like, you went and you sat down and you were like, all right, she was like, what does it say here? What did that what's the best way? The outside report states the skeletal remains were leaned back against stone
Mhm.
in a depression in rocks.
Gotcha.
So like a memory foam bed, you go
Sure.
in, you get that depression. That's kind of how she was sitting.
And they're probably looking, if the exit was from the back, they're probably looking that if it was from the right side, her body would be going that way. You know what I'm saying? Like it should have been falling over one way or the other. Her body, rather than being up still. If it's coming from the back, the velocity of that pew of that round.
Well, that's the thing. It went in here,
Mhm.
so you would think she would have went forwards.
Right.
And that's like, but again, who the hell knows? But she was laying back, but 20 feet away, there was a firearm near the body. Noted that the FDMI Martinez noted that the left hand and left foot were absent, and also noticed the remains appeared to show signs of predation. Predation. I don't
Yeah.
predation. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure what that means.
The remains were placed in a body bag and transported to the OMI for examination. Because so little soft tissue remained, OMI could not estimate the range of fire. In other words, the examination could not establish whether the gun was fired in contact with her head at close range or from far away. It was a handgun.
Right.
I mean, I've shot a lot of guns, and I'm no expert. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I mean, to go here from far away with a handgun, possible.
Right.
I'm thinking, it's close range. I'm not thinking it's. I don't know. I mean, you're talking. I don't know.
It would make sense that it would be closer range, and plus you have to remember there's always that little burst of gunpowder, right?
Yeah.
And so you're going to have a round where that entryway went in, that round that went into her backside of her head.
Yep.
You can assure yourself that if it was close range, there would see some type of burning in that.
Well, that's
spot.
what I was going to say. They're not even going to be able to determine if there was gunpowder residue on her hands because there is nothing left.
I see.
It's
so
bone.
It's bones.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's no skin left.
Yeah.
So anyways, so here's this picture here. Hopefully you can all see it.
Yep.
So the white is what was missing.
Okay.
And the blue is what they recovered. So, her left hand was missing minus whatever bone that is right there.
Mm-hmm.
The white on the tips of these two bones was missing. So that tells me maybe an animal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because the bone isn't, you know what I'm saying? The bone's going to stay intact. It doesn't it doesn't just break on its own. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
All the pelvis missing. I mean, the pelvis was there. Sorry. The whole left side, right side of her was pretty much there, except for whatever these two little pieces are.
Right.
But look at her jaw was missing. That's crazy to me. Her jaw and like her ear piece right on this side. Just that. You know, that's weird to me that the jaw is gone. Unless that was, you know, the last part that had something that the animals would want. But it's just kind of odd to me. Like this little piece of bone here is missing, you know? And then all these little fingers, but yet those two little pieces are still there. It's just the tips of everything is missing, you know?
Got you.
So it was positively identified, obviously. And then individualizing characteristics. They blocked it out. I don't know why or what that means. Individualizing characteristics.
Maybe certain things that she had, like maybe scars or
and it's funny because they left it out.
That would make, I don't know why they would have left it out, but I mean that's what I would think that's at.
Yeah, and then projectile trauma to the cranium is what they found from the bullet. Right. Toxicology testing on small amounts of presumed brain tissue that remained showed a possible presence of cannabinoids, which are associated with marijuana. However, the result was only preliminary screening and was never confirmed with more specific testing. Okay. The lab also cautioned that because caseous remains were decomposed, the finding cannot reliably show how much may have been in her system or what effect, if any, it had on her at the time of her death. A hiker discovered caseous's remains in late May 2026 in a remote McGaffey Ridge area of Carson National Forest in Taos County, nearly 11 months after she vanished in June 2025. New Mexico State Police have previously said a firearm, a black Spring Hill handgun.
Okay.
What's a Spring Hill? I've never even heard of it.
It's
9mm.
I think it's a Spring Hill is a knockoff.
Yeah, okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
It was recovered near the scene. The handgun was reportedly registered to Melissa's husband, Mark Casillas, according to the Crime Junkie podcast. National Center for I'm not gonna go. FMJ. Hold on one second here. I'm not gonna read on. This is just more about, but I want to see what he said. Recognized intelligence expert tells us there's only a few possible scenarios based on the type of bullet used. So then they know a full metal jacket FMJ round is composed of a core and jacket. The jacket is typically copper for a majority of civilian use. It's not designed to expand on impact. Usually used for target practice in handguns and pistols.
It's a basic round.
Yeah, FMJ is also used for rifles like a 5.56 or a 223, which is very common. Those rounds tend to penetrate completely and exit a human body or animal unless they strike bone, which it struck bone, obviously going in and out of the cranium.
Right.
When someone shoots themselves in the head temple area, the bone is very fragile and permits a through and through without much interference. A jacketed hollow point, JHP, is a round designed to expand on impact to prevent over-penetration. The petals of the round expand on impact and mushroom into a flower shaped that is slowed down and normally stopped by tissue, even brain matter. There are exceptions for competition shooters and snipers. They use a modified version of a JHP for accuracy, not expansion. In Melissa's case, if the autopsy shows an entry and exit wound in the skull, then it's not reasonable to think a round would be found in the skull. If the ammunition was FMJ, there is a very low probability based on the trajectory stated in the autopsy report that a round would expect to be found. I'm not sure what a CAT scan would be used on a skeletal remain for this purpose. Well, that would be to see if they're looking to see if it's in there.
Yeah, looking for that and looking for maybe chips of the lead that's in there, the Full Metal Jacket.
Yep.
So they're looking for any little pieces
that
were left behind. Yeah.
And then it just says the findings leave unanswered. The finding leaves unanswered the most important question that has surrounded the case since Casillas has disappeared. What happened to her during the nearly year-long period before her remains were found? She was eaten. I'm going with that. I mean,
yeah, that makes the perfect sense.
And Casillas' paternal side of the family issued a lengthy public statement saying they do not believe she died by suicide, despite the medical examiner's inability to determine the manner of death. And I'm not going to go into the whole. It's a long, long family thing.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, I mean, that's to me, that's crazy.
Very crazy.
It's just, what did I do?
Welcome in, Gene. Welcome in. Hello, Gene. Glad to have you, says Carolina Girl. Gene, welcome.
Crazy. Oh, look at all that. Yeah, you can take me there. There you go. Pretty Little Clues. Hello.
Love having you here, April. Good to have you, Gene. And hello, sweet Norma.
And I can tell you one important thing. I am never going on Pretty Little Clues live ever again. Ever. Never. I was on it like 5 times last night, off and on. Man, we had a good time last night, but we were laughing. Man, you should have been there. But I understand why you weren't. You need your sleep.
Yeah, I really do. Jim, Melly, keep your eye on Chris. He was looking for ghosts last night. Bam, movie listing for a while because I just woke up. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button and sub up for DD. It's free and helps him a lot. Norma, Gene, it's always great to see you. Is Jay still here? I think so. Jaylyn? I think so.
Just Jaylyn, yeah, she was.
Thanks for being a big member here. April's been a member for 3 months. Semper Fi. Appreciate you as always. Holly. Let's see where we go here. Hi, DD. Bruce is in the house. Good to have you, Bruce. Chris, everyone, good morning.
Good morning.
Bruce, Davis. Hi, Jim, Carol. Pam. Just trying to catch up everything here. Hi, Bruce. Jim, Chris about his ghost chasing everyone. Ask Chris about his ghost chasing everyone.
No.
What happened, Chris? You chasing ghosts now?
Yeah. No, they were chasing me.
Good morning, my friend Jim. Oh, interesting. Little Red Bee. Welcome in, Little Red Bee. Predation means animals had visited. Thank you, Little Red Bee. Appreciate that. So you're right, Chris. Little Red Bee said predation, that word we couldn't think of what it meant, means animals had visited, which would make sense.
There you go. There you go.
Absolutely. I think Dee Dee's theory, she was trying to stop the gun from firing, in my opinion. That's the only thing I would see why, because if you picture someone doing this and she's trying to, like they're fighting, she's giving everything she's got, that hand's probably going to be moving. It started up here and maybe went down here.
Very
possible. Very possible.
This just isn't the normal.
No.
It's just not.
That's not what people do. And here's the reason why, too. You guys got to understand. When a person takes their life like that, they're wanting to make it as easy as clean up as possible. This is why you see them take their glasses off if they wear glasses. This is why they literally separate all their little items away. is because they don't want to mess. They want to make this simple and easy for the person that has to do it, basically gather stuff. I know it sounds crazy, but in a lot of these unalivings that I have dealt with in homes, I can tell you that that's one of the things you always see. And it's not because, they're crazy. It's just because they don't want to make it any more complex than it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? You got, think about unaliving yourself and your glasses are hanging up top of your head with another lens over here. They want it as simple as to be as obvious as it is when someone is doing it to themselves. That's just how law enforcement looks at that kind of stuff. Now, if there's some nefarious things going on, like this case here, it could very well be nefarious because the direction of how somebody would do that, it's not from the backside like that. That sounds to me like, yeah.
It makes it just more difficult. Like, oh shit, am I doing? I don't know. It's just weird.
No worries, Melly. Sorry if I'm slow, everyone. I'm working and watching my nephews for my mom because she's a bit under the weather. You got it, Melly. No worries. Bruce, a little red bee. Good to see you. El, good morning, everyone. Coming in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Little red bee, hello. Hello, Bruce. April, Melly prayers. Hope she feels better soon. Pam, Little Red Bee. Melly, thank you, April. Hello, Pam, says Little Red Bee. Good to see you, Norma. Good to see you, Little Red Bee. Bruce, Melly, don't worry, dear. You just take care of you, mom, nephew. You're sweet and all help out you do. All the help you do. Bruce, hi, Norma. Good to see you, Pam. Praying for mom will be feeling better. All right. Everybody, a lot of these are just good mornings, and I'm sure everybody can read those. Done. Carol, God bless you. Done. Just want to get to the bottom. Thank you, Bruce. We appreciate that, says Melly. Done. Pretty little clues. Welcome in, PLC. Good to have you. Have a safe trip, Jim. Pretty little clues. Melly, you never make it in the lives. Jim, thank you, Carol. Going to my grandkids flying in tonight. Awesome, Jim. You have a great time, my friend. Justine, good morning. Justine, PLC, good morning, Bruce, and no worries. YouTube.com, Pretty Little Clues, sub up to her channel. Well done, April. Jim, Justin Chris, Hunter made it this morning, Chris. The Ghost Hunter made it this morning, Chris. PLC,
I'm telling you, man, we had a freaking blast, dude. It was.
I'm sure it sounded like it was a blast.
Oh man, it was fun, man. Good morning. You know who the problem was?
Mm-hmm.
It was Army vet.
Oh,
he was the problem. He was too funny, man.
Melly, Kiki, well to have you. Awesome to have you, Kiki.
I'm gonna ban him from my channel. I'm gonna ban him from.
Ocean, welcome in from Texas. Morning to you, Didi and Chad. Good to have you, Ocean Waves. Jim, Didi, ask Chris about the ghosts. I'm telling you.
No more ghosts.
Melly, now I'm curious about the ghost stuff. Left now, was it on the live, Justine? I'll watch that replay.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Bruce says, Melly, so someone sent an oil truck, my aunt and uncle's house yesterday. This 5 times now. This keeps happening. An oil truck. Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's the trolls.
Oh, gotcha.
But what I don't understand, Bruce, is why are they after you?
I think they're just finding whoever is not picking a side.
Yeah, again, probably. It's just who we're attached to.
We got no use for that.
Nope.
No use for that. That's just little kids playing, child's play, as far as I'm concerned. Bruce, hi, everyone. Good to see you, everyone. Good morning. All right. Trying to get to the bottom. Gene, Bruce, hello, everybody. There's a lot of hellos. Did done. Kiki says, I'm sorry, but this topic is a little too sensitive for me this morning. I will tune in another time. It's just about the scientists, Kiki, about the scientists, and no problems, no worries. But it's about the scientists that went missing. This is one that we covered early on, and Chris had found some new information, so that's what we're covering. But hey, sometimes this stuff can get really, really depressing, and yeah, very depressing. All right, everybody. There you go. We're at the bottom. No use for the Chris. No use for that, Chris. But there, yeah. But I here to have a good, positive time, says Bruce. And here, Bruce, here's the link too. If you want to come up, just anybody. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome. Just let me know. Anybody wants to come up, let me know. If you want to come out and, if you got a theory on something, or you got something that like you found that you want to go ahead and share with everybody, just come on up here and share it with everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot easier. So just throwing that out there to all of you. All right, we're caught up, everybody. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you. And please click that like, thumbs up, send that algorithms, share it to your friends and whatnot. All right. So what else you got on this story, Chris? Is that it on this one?
Yeah.
Okay. So yesterday I was listening to a YouTube or I don't want to say a streamer. He was a investigator. And this man was talking about literally talking about how he saw how he saw the case with Nolan Wells as far as the autopsies. And it was quite interesting because a part of me, when I was watching it, his name, first of all, he goes by Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Body Bags. He was on with Nancy Grace, and she was dogging him big time. And
stand her.
he was on there, and the idea he had a really good it was okay. It was a good conversation. I'm going to see if I can pull him up. But the idea was that he was talking about Nolan Wells' case and like how people were jumping to the gun, jumping to conclusions before they knew. And he was talking to another individual, which I'm going to show you right now. And it was interesting. For me, it was interesting because it wasn't so much what he was saying, because it made sense. I'm trying to find it here. It made sense a lot. What didn't make sense was that for me, all right, so let me just tell you about it because I cannot find it. And okay, here it is. No, that's not it. All right. I'm just going to tell you. So
just tell us.
Let me see here. I'm going to just tell you. So this man here, let's go to StreamYard. Let's go here. Let's go here. And let's go here. Okay. And then let's share it. And then there. Okay. So this guy here, right here. So this guy here, this is Body Bags. This is that Scott guy. And he's an investigator. He was talking about, with another gentleman, about how people were kind of jumping, like really getting over your skis before you know what the hell's going on, which very true. A lot of people, including myself and others, we're trying to figure out what the hell happened. Welcome in, RS. Welcome in. Thank you, Carolina Girl, for the support and always supporting the channel. So he ends up talking about how the pathologist, the first pathologist, when they took out the throat, the lungs, they had to take out that whole big piece. It's all one connected piece. And he was talking about how the first pathologist is always going to get the best of what is there, right? If there's a second pathologist for an independent, they're not going to get a whole lot because it's already been dissected, basically. And he was talking about how people were saying, oh, that this other pathologist didn't get a chance to examine it right because they kept the body parts, yada, yada. Well, apparently when you do this type of autopsy, most of the time, the fluids that are in those lungs, when the first pathologist does it, which is usually the state, when they do it, they're able to weigh that. First, what they do is they weigh the lungs. They decide how much that lungs weigh. Now they have a chart that tells them if you're like in your single digits, in your teens, and as an adult, lungs pretty much will all weigh the same in that category. Okay, preteen, teens, adult. So what they do is there's already a schematic that they use to determine how heavy that lungs are. So if that lung, hypothetically, the lungs, let's just say for hypothetically, they weigh 1 pound, okay? And they weigh this lung and they see that this thing is coming out to like 1 3/4 pounds. Well, that's a red flag because there's 3/4 of a fluid possibly that is in the lung, which would be water, more than likely. So then what they do is they start basically slicing down the lungs and collecting that water, and that tells them this is probably exactly what happened, was that it's a drowning. Now, and I hope I'm covering this correctly, and if I make any mistakes, I do apologize, but I think I'm close. So what he was saying was that you're not really going to get to go ahead and slice that lung again, right? You're not going to get to slice it again for the simple fact that it's already been examined. And every pathologist goes through the same courses. They all learn how to do that examination. So what he was saying was that it is very possible that the other pathologist was not really going to get the lungs, because once, it's like anything, once you cut it, well, you can only cut it so many times, right? Once you cut it, it's pretty much cut. Fluid is out. So there's nothing you can really re-examine it when there's nothing there, you know? So really had some good points. Made me really think about my positioning and everything. Okay. So now when he gets in this conversation, but here's the one thing that I noticed, or that really stood out to me. The other individual that was with him, and I don't even know his name, but he's some other guy that was with him, was talking about how people always seem to jump to conclusions and make their own facts. Well, they started talking about this could have very well been easily an accident, that he just drowned. Okay, that was where they were going with this narrative. And they said, you know, if he wasn't on the boat, you know, he could have just accidentally drowned. And then they said, yeah, well, you know, this Katie girl saying this and that, but they didn't get really into the details, into the minutia of the whole case. They were just talking about predominantly the lungs, the water, and why the other pathologist would have not gotten that lungs, because once it's cut and dissected, it's already cut and dissected. It's like you can't keep cutting and dissecting things, okay? So it made sense. It really did. But here's my question, okay? And when I was listening to this, I was thinking of what I would ask if I had the ability to ask. Welcome in, Moonlight. Welcome in, Blue Eyes. Welcome in. I asked myself, what is what we're looking for? Because here's the thing. We know they're going to find water. He was in the water. They're going to find water in his lungs. We know that without a doubt. There's going to be water in his lungs. The saturation and being in the water for 4 days approximately, he's going to have water in his lungs. So the idea that they're going to say this was possibly a drowning is without a doubt, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a pathologist, but I'm just telling you from everything I've been reading. And I did stay at a Holiday Inn. So the idea is that if he went ahead and was in the water that long, he was bloated. He had water in his lungs. So they're not going to be able to say, was there water in his lungs? Well, no, of course there was. So they're probably going to go with the fact that he had water in his lungs, so he probably drowned. But then there's going to be an underlining what caused it. And they were talking back and forth, and we kind of assume, well, he was drinking, and some had reported drinking quite a bit. So you're probably underlining is going to be alcohol. Okay. But here's my take, and follow me on this because I want to know your all's opinion. So is really the question that he drowned, or is the question how did he get into the water to drown? Think about that for a minute. Because I get they're talking about the lungs and they're talking about water and the weight of the lungs according to his age. He was 18, so he's in that middle bracket. So those lungs are usually developed to a certain amount and they weigh a certain amount. Now, is the really crux of this is what got him into the water? Because, look, I said it before and I say it again. At 4:31, the boat that apparently he was going to go on, could have been any boat, but was apparently said was Wyatt's boat that was sinking, right? But he didn't get on that boat, apparently, is what they're saying. He never got on our boat. That's what the friends are saying. The girl is still saying he wasn't with me. So then the question becomes, okay, let's just say hypothetically that he drowned. What got him into the water to drown? Think about it like this. Let's say that he's with his friends until they decide to leave. And they leave. Now follow me here. They leave. They tell him they're leaving. Let's say he did say, hey, I'll catch another ride. I'm not saying this to happen because we hear audio and we hear a lot of other things as well. But let's say for all sake and purposes that they leave and he stays back with this girl. Even though the girl, Katie said he never was with her because once he went towards the boat, she thought he was going to get on the boat. Okay. So now you ask the question, Katie then leaves at approximately 8:20, 8:30 that night on another boat. Okay. Now, there's nobody talking about what boat he was on. We know he didn't obviously make it back to where he came from, which was inland, right? So the question then becomes, how did he drown? See, it's not so much always about how he drowned. It's about how he got in the water. Why did he get in the water? Why did he get in the water? So your friends are gone. The girl that you supposedly wanted to stay back with, according to your friends, she's gone. He's been drinking. So tell me, what is the play here? Is he saying to himself, I think I'm just going to go take a swim. I can't get a ride back, so I'm going to go take a swim. No, I don't buy that. Even drinking, I don't see him saying, hey, let's go. I'm going to go for a swim. My friends are gone. I should have went back with them probably, but hey, Katie's now gone. I still don't have a way back off this island. People are telling me that they're loaded. Their boats are loaded. Now, this is all hypothetical. Their boats are, they're at full capacity. So then the question becomes, how did he get in the water? What made him go into the water? He wasn't going for a swim. I would tell you, I've been into my past, in my youth, I have been very intoxicated. And I can tell you, I've been around water, even though I can't stand water. You know, I'm not a swimmer. But here's the thing. Not one time in my mind being intoxicated did I say, I think I'm going to go in the water and just cool off. And no, I've never done it. What I have told myself is I become more paranoid because now I'm saying, how am I going to get back from point A to point B? Right? How am I going to get back? And then because I am intoxicated, yeah, you feel like you're invincible, but you also feel vulnerable because you know your mind is running. Oh, shoot, man, I should have went back with my friends. I should have went back. Why didn't I go back? That's going to be in your mind, even when you're intoxicated. Okay. So then the question asks, Do you really think he went into the water, swam, and drowned? That's the question. You have to ask that question. Did he literally say his friends are gone, the girl that he was stayed behind, according to the friends, what put him back in the water? I wanted to take a swim. Not happening. Not buying that. That's way outside that box to me. Okay, well, maybe he slipped on a rock. Where was he where he slipped on a rock? Well, maybe he was in the water. Do you really think in his mind he was thinking about swimming? At whatever time he became unalive, you think he was thinking about swimming? Or do you think that he was more concerned, even being drunk? Because I've been there. And let me tell you what, if I go to a party and my friends leave and I don't leave and I don't have a ride back, I'm worried. Even though I'm intoxicated, I am worried. How am I going to get back? Who am I going to call? Oh, shoot, I can't call nobody because I don't have my phone with me. So now the question is, how did he get in the water? That's what you got to ask yourself. And if it makes sense, fine. Don't make it make sense if it makes sense. So when I'm listening to these individuals, they're talking about the lungs and why the other pathologists didn't get those lungs because they were already been dissected. In other words, what he was saying was, you just have to trust the state, because not trust the state in the case, but just the fact that the pathologist did the right thing as far as concluding, yes, there was water in his lungs. That's not a big deal. But what they didn't talk about was, well, how did he get that water in his lungs? Who put him in the water? Did someone put him in the water? And you say, what do you mean by that, Devil Dog? Well, it's only one way you're going to get in the water, right? You're either going to walk in the water, swim, or you're going to be on a boat. And somewhere in that boat, you're going to end up in the water. I don't know how, but that's the only way you're going to be in the water. Because common sense tells you the last thing you're probably going to say when the girl you like or the girl you kind of have a little bit of, mushy feelings about, more than likely, she's gone at X amount of time. She's gone. So now it's just you and other people. Now you have to remember when they were talking, not everybody knows everybody at that island. Let's just be honest. Not everybody knows everybody at that island. Matter of fact, the guy there, that Joe guy, or the guy that was just talking, the guy that I was talking about, bringing up this whole idea, he even said, I go there a lot. I don't know hardly anybody here. And we'll see another boat and we'll say, hey, how you guys doing today? And they'll say, hey, how you doing? And then he'll say, hey, you want a water? Hey, you want a beer? No, I'm good. Or, hey, yeah, this and that. But he's like, nobody knows everybody there. There's a lot of different group of people there. They came with 30 people, right? 3 boats, 30 people approximately. They eventually left. So the question then becomes, you have to think, what put him in the water? What put him in there? Did he literally, during this whole time, trying to get back, did he literally say, damn it, I can't find a way back? And say, well, screw it, I'm just going to go ahead and take a little swim, cool off a little bit. I don't buy it. That's not logical. Because I've been there intoxicated. And if I don't have a ride home, I'm thinking, damn, who am I going to call? Wait a minute. I don't even have my damn phone on me. You follow me? Now you're in a position where you don't have your phone. You can't make a call. You can't call mom and dad. We know they did get reception out there. You can't call mom and dad to come get you. And you can't seem to get a ride back. But I'm going to go ahead and take a swim. It's not logical, guys. I don't give a shit how much you drink. It's not logical. Said, I'm telling you from my experience, not just from law enforcement, I'm telling you from my personal experience being drunk like a skunk when I was a kid. That was the least thing I was thinking about. I'm going to go swim.
Shit, I was drunk as a skunk when I was an adult too.
So I'm not, all I'm saying is I watch it. He has some good points on why the second pathologist didn't get that, the glands, the lungs. He had a really good point. I mean, it made sense to me. Yeah, the pathologist says there was water in the lungs. Okay, you can't dispute that because there's going to be water in the lungs. So the other guy was like, well, sometimes accidents happen and people drown. True. I agree with that. But what got him to go into the water? Ask yourself that question. What put him in the water? He sure as hell didn't go out there to swim. Makes no sense. He's worried about trying to get back. He ain't there talking to Katie. For one, she said he was never with her. And two, the other factor here is that that'd be the last thing he's going to do is go swimming when he needs to ride back. So then you ask yourself, at what point did he become alive and what got him into the water? Because they found him in the water. I don't buy the narrative he swam to take a swim. I don't buy that shit. Because if he's out there swimming with Katie is going to be screaming, somebody help, he's drowning, needs help. And they're going to see it. And even the people that may not like you, will go out and help you just because it's the humane thing to do.
I'm going to say he wasn't with Katie near the end.
And that's where I'm leaning to. I'm thinking what's happening here is what you're hearing is him saying, when I say hearing, not on the boat, what I'm hearing in this case is that Katie and him, if they were together until she left, they're very possible he said, well, I'll just ride back with you. And they say, hey, man, sorry, Nolan, or whoever you are. We don't have any more room, dude. We're packed. Hey, now this is Katie, and this is all just surmising. Hey, Nolan, just take the next boat. Just take the next boat back. I got to get home. Just take the next boat back. Okay, all right. And so he goes to take the next boat. Hey, man, sorry, man, we're not going that way. We're going all the way to the other side. To the other side of where Nolan didn't, get off of when he first came out to the island. So then it becomes, okay, I got to find a ride back. Next thing you know, hey, man, could you give me a ride back? Maybe somebody did, maybe somebody didn't. But something had to get this young man in the water. What got him in the water? So only one way you're going to get off that island is you got to get on a boat. There's only one way. Now, I'm not saying whose boat. I'm just saying you have to get on a boat to get off that island. So either two things happen. Either he became unalive later on in that night on that island, maybe because it was different views of opinion, different words with somebody. He became accidentally unalive. That wasn't the intention. But then the thing with the cover up was, let's just throw his body in the water and it'll look like he drowned. Or he was on a boat and somehow he became off the boat. To me, that's the most logical thing. Not saying he was with Nolan and all of them, or with Warren and all of his friends. Not saying that. I'm saying the only way he got off that island is on a boat. Because the last thing he would be doing is going ahead and swimming. And so the thing I appreciated about this guy that was talking was he was giving you why the pathologist couldn't get to do that, to do his job, because it's already been cut. The lungs have already been cut. The water has been come out and yada, yada, yada. Okay. But that's not really the real question. The real question is how he got into the water. That's what you got to figure out. If you want to solve this, you got to figure out how he got into the water.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you take the 911 call and you hear everybody plain as day in the background, saying everything they were saying, is he dead? Nolan, please, Nolan, whatever, and no, and all that stuff. That's not made up. It's not fake. So obviously he was on one of those two boats. And if he's on there unalived on one of those two boats, then they threw him over deck.
So, or he jumped off. What did they do?
Well, he was unalive, so he wasn't jumping. Well,
gotcha.
But no, you know what I'm saying? So the 911 call isn't fake. You can hear them in the background saying it. Now, granted, it's when the towboat was being called, the sea tow. Mm-hmm. It was at the same time, right? Yep. And that's supposedly Bart making that phone call. So, he's on the boat somewhere. So, I mean, you can't deny that phone call. You can't deny like that idiotic former cop did. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I mean, come on, dude. Go get real. I mean, come on. I mean, it's definitely narrowed down. You definitely know. I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I was like, wait a minute. I mean, they're on the boat saying that stuff. You can't deny that. It just
that's what makes sense to me, and I think Chris is right on the money. I honestly believe he was on a boat, and somehow he became off the boat. I don't know how he became off the boat. I don't know if he got on the boat and slipped and fell and hit his head, and then maybe someone said, "Well, throw him off the boat. Let's. Hey, I'm not dealing with this," or he just somehow, not blaming anybody. I'm just saying somehow he became off the boat, because that's the only way he's going to be in the water. It's not going to be because he took a little stroll, wanted to take a little swim, and then he wanted to walk, and then, oh my God, he suddenly just slipped on a slippery rock, hit his head, and drowned. Come on, folks. Exactly. Just be realistic. Either somebody unalived his butt on land, they had a confrontation, there was a confrontation of some sort, that the person didn't mean to kill him, but he accidentally did, whoever that person may be, or what my theory and where I'm leaning is he was able to get on a boat until he was no longer on that boat. And we all know, you're in the ocean, right? So, he's been drinking, right? So he's probably going to last no more than maybe a minute of that before he panics and starts to sink.
Yeah. Well, I'm also seeing, I'm just trying to picture it in my head that they're on the tip of the northwest part of the island, mm-hmm. where they were, mm-hmm. and where he was found unalived. Mm-hmm. Just tells me whatever happened either happened there on the land, and maybe they put him on the boat to try to CPR or something. You know what I'm saying?
Possible.
Like get to shore. We'll do what we can. And in the meantime, they realized they were sinking. They needed help. And that's where that phone call comes in. And that's why we can hear everybody in the background yelling, hey, Nolan, is he breathing, whatever that. And then they would just like, whoops. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, because
once again, you go with logic, man. You got to go with logic.
And I mean, once again, like you said, I'm thinking if they're on their way back in, and they're, I'm just gonna say 200 feet from the shore. Are you telling me that he floated right back to the spot where they were? They ain't happening. I mean, it could. I mean, out of the blue, it could happen. But I mean, what is that damn thing that you say all the time? Common sense. I mean, really though, like, I mean, come on, that would be like, I mean, it had to have happened right then and there.
Remember, follow that needle where it points.
Right.
When that needle starts to follow a certain way, that arrow starts to go a certain way, follow it. Don't try to obscure it, follow it, because it's probably going to take you where everything is leaning to. May not give you the exact science of what happened, but it'll tell you possibly what was involved and how, in this case, he got into the water. Chris, I want to read some of these real quick. I want to see what they say here, okay?
Go for it.
Joseph says the amount of water in the lungs will determine if he was alive. You will grasp and draw more water in the lungs. That is correct, Joshua. Just how did he get out there in the water? Could it go a little further here? Blue Eyes. I had to been in a fight on the boat he had. I want to move back a little bit further. Okay, here we go. Ellicat. Hi, Gene. Okay, here we go. Good morning, Moonlight. Okay, Carolina. I watched him on Baron Coleman discussing the Charlie Kirk case. It was very interesting. Very true. Moonlight. Hello, Carol. April, Carolina. Blue Eyes. Had to be in a fight on the boat. He had that head injury on the back. You're talking about that mark on the back. Very possible. Very possible. Moonlight. This case really has me thinking something doesn't add up. That's without a doubt, Moonlight. Well said. Good morning, Moonlight. Blue Eyes, Moonlight Skies. Too many lies. Chaos. Hey, Casper. I mean, Chris. Blue Eyes. I have never left a friend behind. We come together, we leave together. Well said, Blue Eyes. That's apparently what his dad and mom taught their son. Leave with the people you came with. You go with 5, you come home with 5. Blue Eyes, so many lies, says Moonlighting. Melly, be right back. Have to do work. You got it, Melly. Bruce, okay, Melly. Joshua, the amount of water in the lungs will determine if he was alive. You will gasp and draw more water into the lungs. That is correct. How did he get into the water? Kay, good to see you. Oh, Melly. Hi, Kay. Yep. Blue Eyes. I had a few friends mad at me for pulling them away, and I don't care. I'd rather know they are safe and not hurt. Well said, Blue Eyes. Moonlight, Blue Eyes, I wouldn't leave mine either. Most of the time, I was the driver, too, so that's my responsibility. Good point. Blue Eyes, DD, especially if he doesn't have his phone. He's panicking. He's panicking because he doesn't know how he's going to get back. And when he probably reached for his pocket, he said, oh, Jesus, God, I don't even have my phone with me. You know, possibility. Look, just because you're intoxicated doesn't mean that you don't sober up. You ever been in an accident and when you're intoxicated and then all of a sudden, for some odd reason, you know everything that's going on, right? Oh, shit, I just became in an accident. I just got into an accident. It's like, okay, I'm awake, right? You hit that. Oh, man, this is a big deal now. I don't think just because he was intoxicated at whatever level that he went ahead and tried to swim 10 miles to the inland. Just don't buy it. Norma, yes, did he strongly agree? Bruce, hi, Bruce. Hi, Bruce, Chaos. L, okay, I got to run. Everybody, I will be still here after the appointment. You got it, L. Hope everything goes well. Ellie, I have been following this case, but wouldn't he get on the boat and then either fall off or someone? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's really what I'm saying. Something happened to him that he got on a boat and then somehow he was off the boat. But to get off the boat, he either slipped off and either people tried to help him but couldn't because he sank quick, or he literally was taken off and thrown into the water. Either or, he was left behind in some capacity. Maybe not purposely, maybe so purposely. The point is, what got him in the water? L, Norma, 1985, safe driving. Pam, okay, 1985. Okay, here we go. Alley Cat reminds me of the case with the Murdaugh boat incident. That was the catalyst for the whole story. Very true, very true. And I know a little bit about that case. Alley Cat, April, the 911 call told the story, in my opinion. He was unalived in boat and dumped. Very good point. Blue Eyes, April, right. We heard them in the background, says Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes, them kids got scared and dumped him. It's possible. Very possible. Alley Cat, 19-year-old Mallory Beach was thrown into the water and unaliving her in the Murdaugh case. April, Allie, I remember that case. Moonlight, I don't buy the story. Grandpa called off the tow. If the boat is sinking, I'd want all the help I could send. Makes sense to me, Moonlight. Makes a lot of sense to me. But we know that he did call it off, according to the captain. April, me either, Moonlight. And you are right. Why not want to rescue your grandchild? Alley Cat, I think they were afraid to admit that they were all intoxicated on the boat. That's very possible. I could see that. That makes sense. Blue Eyes, Jim. Blue Eyes, Chaos. Hello, dear. Alley Cat, 19-year-old Mallory Beach was thrown. Yep, got that one. Carolina, yes, I watched the Murdaugh case too. That's about an hour from where I live. Interesting, Carolina girl. All the locals were glued to the case. And why, April says, and why did Warren not mention Bart in the interview? That's an interesting point. That's a very damn interesting point. Why did Warren not mention Bart in his interview? That's a nugget right there, guys.
He didn't want to involve him.
That's a nugget right there. That's not a mistake. That's not I forgot. That's not I didn't know. That's a nugget. That's a big factor in here. Why didn't Warren? He was friends. They were all friends. They all went to school together. Bart graduated ahead of them by maybe a year or two. So why did he mention him? If he was the one that apparently we're believing that he was the one that made the call for help, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that is correct, why wasn't he mentioned? He's a big player in this as far as making the phone call. See, there has to be a reason. And that is well stated, April. Nice job. April, we never heard of Bart until later in the case. Absolutely. Yep. Not saying it was Bart that did anything. I'm just saying, absolutely, his name was not mentioned at the beginning. Allie, I agree. Very odd. Melly says, I'm back. WB, Melly, welcome back. Song, were they all using drugs and decided to cover it up so they wouldn't lose their place in college and the future? That's a very good point, Song. Very good point. Because it was reported that there was narcotics, that they had narcotics, and that even some were using narcotics. So I'm not sure who was doing what, but the narcotic topic was on there without a doubt. And no one can deny that. Norma, good morning, Song. Carolina, I wonder if someone placed his face down on shore to make it appear as if he water washed him there. It's very possible. Once again, then that would mean somebody put him in the water. And that's my whole point in this whole stinking case. Norma, Carolina, my thoughts exactly. Morning, everyone. Welcome back, Melly. Alley Cat, did everyone on the boat get drug tested? I don't think anybody got drug tested, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be factual. I have to look at that up, but that's a good point. I just don't think anybody got drug tested.
Do they have to have a reason to drug test them?
Well, they would know. Well, not so much drug testing, but they could check him to see if the driver of the boat was intoxicated, right?
Yeah, just the driver of the boat. Yeah,
right. So if they have to have a reason, yes. Okay. But here's the thing: the reason. I'm not sure that they would have a reason to go that extreme because they could refuse it. And
it should make you look guilty then.
Yeah. It would send not a clear message back that you have nothing to hide. That is true.
And that's the other thing. Like, it happens all the time when people say no, or no, I'm not going to do that. And no, it just makes you look guilty.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I mean, like, even like, you know, I'm talking about everything, not even in, you know,
just this case, in every case. Yeah.
I'm just talking, even when you get pulled over, right? And you know, you see all these people that play the whole, what do they call the people that drive without a license and think
Oh,
it's
under
right?
suspension or
No. The people that fight against the courts and everything, they live their own way. What is that called? They don't have a driver's license, but we're not driving.
They're the
we're traveling.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I get it, but like I don't understand why people do that. Like they'll be like, "Oh no, I'm not going to take that." Well, why not? Because I don't think I need sovereign citizens. Yes, like, and I understand what sovereign citizens are saying, but
there's a lot in Michigan.
Yeah, there's a lot everywhere, but again, you do need a license. You do need a driver, but like, if they ask you, like, do you want to take a drug test? Sure, no problem. Can we test, for DIU? Do you want to take a test, drunk test, walk the line? Yeah, no problem. I just don't understand why people have to fight it, right? If you got nothing to hide, then why do you start everything? You know what I'm saying? Like, just, hey, go ahead, take me. Take blood. I'll give you the blood, whatever you want. I just don't get it.
I'll punch myself in the nose and you can collect
it. Yeah, bang. See it. Take it right now. I don't care. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ. I
remember, song says, remember, they turned the 911 call up really loud and you could hear one of the girls in the background saying something like, are they unalive? Or is he unalive? That is true. Yes, song.
Are you sure about that? Because remember, Officer Dum Dum said, I didn't hear any of that.
Of course he did. Numbnuts himself. Alley Cab, probable cause due to a death. If you think it was involved in that, yes, without a doubt. RS, sovereign citizens, yes. Moonlight, did they refuse the test? I'm not sure they all even got asked for a test, to be honest, Moonlight. I don't think they all received a test. But when the toxicology report comes back and they see something, if they see something in Nolan's body, I'm sure that question is going to come up bigger than big, without a doubt. The driver of the boat have been tested, in my opinion. Okay, thank you. Ellie, 100%. Carol, I agree. Numbnuts. Yeah. Mark.
I can't really. I don't even know what to say to that. That whole entire. I didn't hear any of that. Like, I mean, are you for real, dude? You just sat on live TV throughout the nation and said, "Oh, I didn't hear that." Are you for real, dude? Why would he?
Because he's a numbnuts. Mark, Ron, good morning, dog. Morning light says, oh, okay, thanks. April, Starbucks is kicking in Melly. Starbucks is kicking in me as well. Yes. All right. So that's my whole thing. When they were talking, I literally was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The guy was talking about doing the autopsy and the pathologist for the state was doing it, and they all are licensed to do it the same way. It's not like you craft your own magical way. You weigh the lung. That's a protocol. You go ahead and start, slicing and dicing the lung, and you find out how much fluid, and then you can tell how much water was in the system, and yada, yada, yada. Okay. Perfect sense. I mean, I was like, wow, this is interesting. So that's why the other pathologists probably didn't get that lungs, because it's already been dissected. It's already been cut. There's no water in there. Okay.
No, there's no water, but tell me if I'm wrong, though. Okay. But I thought I heard or read somewhere, even after they do the autopsy and they have the lungs, and of course, when they cut them up, the water's going to come out. But I thought they could still see, I forget what the name, water damage to the lung. It leaves some type of a
mark. What these guys were saying was that normally they'll leave a piece, right? They'll take a piece of it. Yep. Once they do their thing, they'll take a piece of it, and then that's all they need for further testing down the road, right? Okay. But in this case, it's not uncommon. In any case, it's not uncommon for the first pathologist to keep the whole piece.
Yeah.
Then you ask yourself, well, why? Well, because people normally, a lot of pathologists do that. Well, but if you know that there is a secondary test being done, why would you do that if you know there's a second piece being done?
True.
Why a second test being done? Why would you do that? I don't have the answers to that. But even with that, the main issue here in this whole freaking case, who put Nolan in the water? How did Nolan get in the water? That's what you got to ask yourself. Because everything else means nothing until you know, how did he get in the water? Did he swim? Well, we know that's not probable because he had been drinking. And he said, oh, well, that's why he would have went out there. Now, his whole purpose was this girl apparently that he liked, according to the friends. But when they left at 4:31 and the friend and she left at like 8:30 or whatever time she left, he still has to be there or he has to be on a boat. So then what happened? How does he get in the water? And when you get that answer, you'll get everything else will unfold. And I think that's what everybody always tries. I say everybody. A lot of people will say, well, he just drowned. Well, no shit. Obviously he drowned.
Why did he drown again?
No, I said, oh, poop.
Oh.
Why? Why did he literally go into the water, people? It's common sense, man. It's freaking common sense, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. So here we go. Let me read this last, and then you take over, Chris. I'm still laughing about ass. Carol says, I'm still laughing about ass chaps, Melly. Carol, assless chaps. Carol.
Oh, God. Why are we talking about assless chaps?
Carol just brought it up. Melly, April, I got to stay on top of everything today. How do parents do this stuff? Work and take care of kids. It's a rough one. Moonlight, Melly, it's a challenge. Carol, April, Melly's, they send them to the aunts and grandparents. That is true. Moonlight, laughing out loud. Honestly, Melly, April, I just went to check on my mom and she said to me, now you know how I feel with them all summer. I've heard that many times from my mom, no doubt about it. Allie, pulmonary edema.
Pulmonary edema.
Pulmonary edema, fluid buildup inside the air sacs, or overinflated, waterlogged lungs seen in drowning. Yes, thank you, Alley Cat, even though I couldn't make up those words. April, Melly, I feel for you, Mom. Bruce, I am here still. Had to eat breakfast. No problem. Just tell me when you're ready, my friend. I sent it a long time ago. Mark. Oh, poop. Bruce, yes, take over, Chris. They want to hear from you, Chris. Melly, what? April, except she doesn't work at the same time and watch them kids. Okay.
I have nothing to
say. He didn't just accidentally fall in, or they would have saved him. Makes all the sense in the world, Moonlight. Perfect sense. Move over, Rover. Let Chris take over. All right, Bruce.
I want to talk about ghosts.
April, I have 5 grandkids and 2-year-old great. Easy when parents break and say Graham, LOL. All right, Chris, you got it. Caught up.
What
you want to talk about ghosts?
No, I'm not talking about no more ghosts for me.
So
how's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah.
Today. Oh boy. Let's holy crap. Let's watch this for a second.
Okay.
Ooh. Let me just say, prayers and thoughts to everybody in Chicago, in your area. Man, they got torn up yesterday. It was rough. Oh, I can't. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I don't know if everybody caught all the storms, but wow.
April, Ellicat, I think, yeah.
Why can't I see?
Bruce, Gene, yes, I had my leftover chicken and ranch sandwich. Interesting, Bruce. Sounds good.
Chicken and what?
Chicken and ranch.
See, now I'm hungry.
Melly, April, God bless you. Mark, I was thinking it was morning. No, Mark. It's now 10:39 East Coast time. But good to have you, my friend.
See?
Thank you for being here. Click the likes, everybody. Click that likes. share the stream. Let's get this algorithm going, everybody. And if you're not subscribed to the channels, get with DevilDog_88 and get with Let's Talk with Chris. Let's make it happen, everybody. Norma, have a blessed day, DD and chat. See you all later. You got it, Norma. Oops, I think y'all make a great team. Hey, I appreciate Chris. I think he does a hell of a job. Melly, see you later, Norma. Mark says 8:39 here. Interesting.
What the hell, dude? Hold on, give me 1 second.
Pam says, have a great day, Norma. Melly, love, Pam, love. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. That just, to me, I don't know how you get there to find that answer as to how did he get into the water, right? I don't think that's an easy answer to answer, because that's going to basically solidify what happened, right? And no one's going to want to take, for a better lack of words, that responsibility. But here's the thing. If you're all on the boat and you all didn't do anything to help someone, you're all a part of the problem. Just simple as that. Now, if he slipped and fell and hurt his head and they panicked and threw him off, then I could see that.
I mean, I haven't put that out of the question either.
Yeah, I could see that. I think that's probable.
They panicked.
They panicked, threw him out. Well, then they're going to get charged with probably, a tampering with evidence or obstruction of justice, all because they panicked. It's very possible. Mark says, I'm from Utah. Good to have you, the Utes. Good to have you. So, yeah, I just think, Chris, but yes, follow DD. So that's my whole point. I just think that when you ask that question and you find that answer, you're going to find who was involved. And I'd love go back to April's comment, because it's so perfectly said. Why wasn't Bart's name brought up by Warren in that whole interview?
I'm going to say I'm going to say Bart probably said, hey, and leave me out of this. I don't want to know nothing.
I mean, that is a good I never thought about that one. Yeah. And see, there I just learned something. Makes perfect sense. Why did he get his name left out?
And yet we got that out of it was out of that phone call, the 911 call.
Yeah.
And somebody said, no, that's Bart making the call, not Warren.
Right.
But again, Warren, see, here's my problem with this. Warren opened up, when he did that interview, he opened up a whole can of worms.
Yes, he did. Yes,
I didn't know. We didn't know, Katie. I was making the call. And why, Warren, why were you in charge of everything on Wyatt's boat? Right. What was Wyatt doing? It's his boat. So why were you doing everything? Right. And then, I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, dude, he did worse. He did so much damage to himself, and the other kids, from opening up his mouth. And again, what the hell? Warren, your mother is a freaking judge. Why did she let you do an interview? I'm not saying he's guilty or anything, but
right.
Well, why would you allow him to do that interview? Now the kids are blaming the mother for her social media posts.
Oh,
for against the kids.
Yeah. Wansley.
So, now they're all going against her, saying, hey, if she didn't start all this crap, saying, well, these kids know something and blah, 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 blah. So now they're going after her. This is your fault for starting all this. Right? So,
yep.
There's so much crap. And look at, oh God, Crump. I mean, he's good at what he does, but really somebody in the chat, tell me what good has he done for any of these cases that he's been? And I know he wins a lot of cases, but he causes more trouble than need be, right? Like even on this case, he can't help them in any way except to maybe get money from somebody because he's, this is, whatever he called them. Right. He didn't help them. He's not helping them.
He's just not a criminal. He's not a criminal attorney.
No, I mean, he's comforting them. Hey, don't you worry about it. We'll get whatever you need, blah, 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 blah. I mean, look at, number one, I know why he went there, right? He went there for visibility, but you really don't. You all know who he is because he's good at what he does. I'm not saying he's not, but what he went there to do, he got done.
Yeah.
And that was to call people out to help pay for the autopsy and whatever else they need, right? So, and what happened? Colin Kaepernick pays for the autopsy, and then who else paid?
Perry,
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry.
He's paying money out. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's great and helping the mother out because obviously the mother doesn't know anything and it's her son.
Right.
And they have a right to know. I would want to know too. But I mean, the bickering back and forth doesn't help anything.
Right.
Right. And, the kids, I feel bad, like, could it have been a horrible accident? Yes. And did they panic? Yes. I get it. They're 18, 19, maybe one or two of them are in their 20s. They're still kids.
Yeah.
They're still kids. I know they're young adults or, older teenagers, but they're all kids.
Yep.
And, look at back 25, 30 years ago. I don't know if we were in the same situation, with a group of friends, like, I don't know. I mean, I can honestly, from only one incident when I was in high school and my wife was there with me and we were all out partying. We were drinking like, oh my God. I was drunk. Partying.
Partying.
We were partying, but
we were partying.
Yeah. And we were all in my friend Mike's car and we were at the drinking spot. Mike didn't drink, but it's like 3:00 in the morning and we're sitting in the high school parking lot. And this girl we were with, out. Didn't even think she was breathing. Nothing. We're like, got mirrors and shit. Like, is she breathing, checking pulses and shit? We thought she was dead. That's how bad it was. She got alcohol poisoning because she drank and drank and drank. So we're sitting there making sure she's alive, and here comes the cop pulling in, scared shitless we are now, like, holy crap, And what did we do with the girl that looked like she was dead? We just somebody put her arm around her and made her look alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel what they could be feeling, when you have a situation like that. You panic. You don't know what to do.
Right.
You're sitting there going, oh my God, if she's dead, what the fuck are they going to say about us? You know what I mean? I mean, anybody, all you guys in the chat, you got to, and there's no excuse for any of it. I'm just saying, like, to put it in perspective to where if you're sitting in a car or you're in a boat with somebody who's dying or dead and people are asking you, cops are coming, you're freaking out. And overboard was the way out. See it? Yeah, we don't know. We saw him on the island and that was it. I mean, it sucks. But again, that could all be wrong. It could have been something that happened on the beach. Yeah. And I'm saying that he wasn't far out in the water. When they found him, he was on shore, just kind of where the tide comes in. Right. So he was, I just think it happened like right there. And he was maybe on the beach face down and the tide came in a little bit on those islands. You know how it comes up and then comes back and pulled him out a little bit and put him out. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe whatever happened there. But unless there was a third fight, the two fights happened way earlier. So him being in a fight, there's no, that's out of the question for me. Because he'd have been, if he was unalived at the fight, that would have been in the middle of everybody.
Yeah.
So everybody would have been a witness to that, and he wouldn't have been anywhere else. I mean, there would have been no hiding that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it was him and them on the northwest corner, tip, whatever, maybe with a few other people, but the majority of the people weren't on the northwest tip. They were all in that middle where all the boats were, the hundreds of boats that were there. That's like kind of in the middle of the island. And I'm just thinking they were away. You know what I mean? On their own. Maybe they had their own fight. Maybe they were fighting on the boat, and maybe he took a punch to the mouth and fell back and hit his head on the side of the boat or something. It's not out of the question. And then they were like, oh, crap. Off you go. See ya. We're out of here.
Now he's unalive for sure.
You know what I'm saying? But no, I mean, again, here you go, because, hey, that sounds like a great, hey, that could have happened. But you're still stuck in the middle with the call. Hey, we need a tow. We're sinking. Nolan, is he dead? Is he really dead? I mean,
you can't make that shit up, man.
No, I mean, maybe I didn't hear it. Maybe I'm hearing things like, Officer Dumbass is. You know what I mean? But
Numbnuts.
Sorry. No, we got two I thought Numbnuts was Nanos.
They're all numbnuts.
Yeah.
They all have the nano effect.
But on a serious note, though, what he said in that interview about not, I'm not joking, but not hearing any of that. Is this dude for real? Why would anybody, after that comment, believe anything he says?
He says. Yep, I agree.
I mean, come on, dude. You're on TV everywhere. You're on YouTube. You're on everywhere, and you're sitting there telling me to our faces, "Oh, I didn't hear that." It's all you can hear.
Hey. Well, even Como said, "Oh yeah, I agree." Like
yeah,
you're an idiot at all.
He's been an idiot since the day he was born.
All right, let me read some of these real quick. Hey,
How can
bro,
you say that?
So, do we think Jim's plan to find Nancy will work? To switch topics a little,
no,
I'm not sure what his plan is. What is his plan? Jim's plan? Moonlight, April, really hope so. Let me know what his plan is. I'm curious. Moon, I thought it was genius. He did that. Mark, yeah, April, I hope so too. Moonlight, April, Alley Cat, excellent point, Chris. Alley Cat, in the case of Lauren Agee, kids were camping, partying, and one of their friends got up in the middle of the night to go pee and fell off a cliff and became unalive. Lots of kids were accused. Interesting.
Yeah.
Mark, not found of Al and Ben. Not found of Al and Ben.
Jim's Ellie, a good guy. He's got a big heart. Jim, you never seen Jim?
No, Al and Ben.
Oh, sorry.
Mark says, "I not fond of Al and Ben. Alley Cat and question lawsuits, etc. She was later found washed on shore."
Oh, Ben Crump. Oh yeah, no, he's. I mean,
True
look at.
Accident.
Yo, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. True accident.
I forgot you were reading.
Alley Cat, Carol, potting. Carol says potting. Melly, hey Mark, Melly, Carol, April. To clarify, Jim and Mark are not involved in the drama of others. Only reason I would mention them, but they are very focused on finding Nancy, and I think they will work together out in Arizona. Mark the Shark and Jim, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Mark and Jim. Do not have a problem with them at all.
No. I think Jim is one of the nicest guys. I mean, and dude, he drives from California. Yeah. I know it's not horrifically, but he drives 8 hours every time, and he lugs his motorcycle.
Yeah.
Look at the poor guy. He goes up to that lake. What's that lake up there? I forget the name of it all the time, but he goes to that lake. He brings out all this stuff. He puts his GoPro on the end so he could search in the lake. Fucking GoPro falls off in the lake. He's like, oh damn! He goes right to Best Buy, buys a brand new GoPro, comes right back. I mean, this dude is, he's spending a lot of money, a lot of time away from home, and
I agree.
no
I've never had a problem with Jim.
No, Jim's the nicest guy. He's even nicer than you. I mean, that's hard to do.
I don't know about that, but okay.
I mean, I feel bad for all of these guys, like, Mark the Shark and everybody. Again, Mark is driving from
California.
California too. And he's out here all the damn time. Yep. And then Nick's searching and he's working. He's doing it at the same time he works. These guys, I give it to them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
True searchers.
Yep,
that's what they're doing.
I've said that many times, and no doubt.
Jim drives to these places like, you remember, he crashed on his bike too not too long ago. He did. He took a wipeout on the bike. I don't know if you knew about that, on his dirt bike. You ever seen the one he drives around?
Yeah, the green one or the red one?
I think it was the red and white one or whatever.
It was a red and white one. Yeah.
Yeah, he crashed. He fell. And he was fine, I guess. But no, just great people, great people, and they don't get half of what they deserve to get. Just like thanks wise, you know what I mean?
I agree wholeheartedly. 100%.
I understand that the Guthrie family is, I don't even know what to call it, but help. Oh, we need all the help we can get. But yet, let's call the cops on the guys. And look I understand with the neighbors. I can understand that, because just think of it, guys. If it's not your family and you had 1,500 streamers sitting in front of your house, I'm sure you would get a little aggravated too. If it's the family, if it's me and it's my mother that's missing and they're out there trying to help me, for all means, shit, I'll bring you out cookies and stuff. But,
absolutely.
But I understand what the neighborhood is saying. I get it.
You got to look from all perspectives, man. You can't
exactly.
Yeah,
no. And even if the family of the Guthrie family is aggravated, because I'm sure Savannah got a lot of calls about the neighborhood shit. Can you do something about it? Can you just look at Savannah? Come on this goddamn platform that you can go on any platform in the world and just say, listen, I want to say to the streamers and the guys that are out there in the field, driving from California, spending their own money, buying all this stuff, spending all this damn time searching for my mother, I want to say thank you.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with you to come out and say thank you, even if people don't like you.
Yep.
Alex doesn't like her. That's great, but that doesn't matter, Savannah. Come out and say thank you to the guys. And look at Jim's not a young chicken. You know what I'm saying?
No,
come out and say freaking thank you for a change. And all it would have taken from the beginning, and guys, you know this. All that would have taken from the beginning is Savannah to come on and say, listen, I appreciate every single person that's sitting in front of the house, helping us find my mother, helping us do anything. But guys, can you step back a little bit? The neighbors are a little blah, 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 blah. Just come out and say it nice. They all would have been like, yeah, we'll come here Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah.
It's all it would have taken. So,
yep. 100%.
And I understand what they're going through. If this is legit, I understand what they're going through. I'd be freaking out if my mother was missing, just like any of us would be. But she's got to look at it the way you just said. You got to look at every single. I understand how the neighbors feel, but the streamers are helping us, and they're trying to help our family. And man, it's so easy for us to sit here and say it all, right? I mean, yep. But if you think about it, that would have been so easy. She's the goddamn NBC. Can I get 5 minutes on air? Sure. Done. And and listen, people, don't think that at any one moment that the Guthrie family was paying 1 cent of the ransom, because NBC would have fronted that money without a doubt. Any news organization would front that money, because that's what they do, because they have insurance for this. It covers their employees. That's why a lot of the times you hear in the end, something happened, but you hear in the end, well, NBC covered that money or that donation, or they covered that ransom. They've done it before.
Yeah.
Because they pay for that, because they know all of their people that are there are, in the end, targets. Everybody's a target. Anybody that's on TV that you see is a target for anybody to do anything to. So these people, it blows my mind where we are. And yes, Savannah is a high class snob, no doubt. I don't like her just because I don't. But yeah, she is. I think they all are. And I can't believe I'm about to say this. And let me just step back at what I just said. I don't think they all are. What I do think, though, is I don't think Annie and Tommaso are high class. I really don't. I think probably out of them all, it's Cameron and Annie and Tommaso that are just kind of, let me just do our thing. You know what I mean? Because they were the ones borrowing money from Nancy. And I mean, hey, could that be a thing? Of course it could be. But they're the ones that are borrowing. He's a teacher. She was a teacher. They ain't making millions of dollars a year like Savannah is. So, it blows my mind.
Well said, my brother. Gene, Chris, hi there from Connecticut. Joshua, panic in the moment, yes, but the reason takes over and the truth comes out. Well said, Josh.
It'll come out soon, I'm sure.
Gene, for sure. Gene, Chris, I subscribed to your channel this morning. Awesome.
Thank you, Gene.
April, Moon, we don't hear either. Mark, AJ does awesome work also, April. Brooks, no, I think the autopsy would have also been more indicative of a fight. Very possible, Brooks. Good point. Carol, thanks, Jane. April, Mark, yes, he does. Carol, Mark, I agree. Mark, ready for Jim too. Pam, Mark, yes, he is trying to find Nancy, but also helping the homeless too. Well said. Gene, of those boats that were there, who owns those boats? If you're talking about the 3 boats, I think one was owned by the Warren family, one was owned by the Wyatt family, and I'm going to say that third one was, I'm not sure who was owned, if it was Bart's family or not.
Well, I don't think Bart's boat's included in the 3.
Okay, so I don't know who that third one is.
Because remember, supposedly they didn't know them.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So it was Warren, Wyatt, and it was the uncle. The other boat was the uncle that left with. Got into the fight.
Yes. Tristan Shepard.
Yeah, Tristan Shepard. That was his uncle's boat. That was the third boat.
That is correct.
Well, here's the other thing, too. They all came out on 3 boats, right? Yep. And they said they had, 20 together?
27 to 30 people. 27 to 30.
You ain't fitting that on 2 boats to come back home.
That is fact.
So who's left on that island? That's another question that never been asked. You had 20 to 30 people on 3 boats. Now you're down to 2. Who's taking who?
Good point.
Now you got to look, because there's other people on that island that didn't make it back in, because you only got 2 boats.
Yep.
So who was left on that island? And we don't know who the total crowd was either. There's a bunch of people that we don't know.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? So
They didn't all know each other, that's for sure.
Right, but the people that we are focusing on is 4, really 5, right? Right now, you got Bart, Warren, Wyatt, not Tristan because he's gone already. I don't care. Yep. I take him out because he's gone already. He's off the island. He's back home. So we got like a handful, like Katie, we got a handful. But there was 30 people. Who's those other 25? Who's the other 20?
They haven't even broke the story yet.
Where are they? And what do they know? How'd you guys get back? Maybe that's what's everybody's focused on the main. I'm just gonna say the main 5 or the main 4 guys, right?
Right.
Maybe they're interviewing right now all those other kids saying, hey, what did you really see? And I'm sure what's taken a little longer too is I'm sure they're trying to locate and figure out all the other boats or a lot of the other boats to say, hey, do you guys have any? I'm sure they're trying to interview all of them. Like, do you have any video? Do you have any footage? Did you hear anything? That's a lot of people. Yep. There was 2,000 people on the island?
2,000.
Give me 5 investigators and you're doing 5-6 people a day. You know what I mean? You're going to be there for a while if they can find all those people. But, I'm like really, really curious of, oh shit, I'll be right back.
Gene, all those boats that were there, who owns them? We covered them. Barney, this is a great community here, without a doubt, Barney. Well said. Mark, I have a hard time listening to a num-num. Gene, Miss Barney, I agree. Brooks, no, I gave him props for trying anything at this point. Brooks, he's innovative and seems to think outside the box. Joshua, 9/11 call was enhanced by TMZ and News Nation debunked it by an expert. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but hey, if that's what you heard, let us know where you found that so we can go ahead, because there's always a lot of people that are debunking everything, even without the bunk. Gene, Barney, Melly, my Barney, Carolina girl, yes, it is Miss Barney. S6U, me either, says Annie. Miss Barney, my Melly, I love exploring with Jim, Marianne. Hello all, welcome in, Marianne. Melly, Rose Canyon Lake, yes, Barney, Rose Canyon Lake. Alley Cat, Tennessee, Rose Lake. Mark, Rose Canyon. Melly, Chris, F, word alert again. Timeouts are coming. Miss Barney, F-bomb. Mark says, Marianne, Melly, Chris, I am telling your wife you drop bad words. Carol, hello, Chris. That's strike 2, laughing out loud. Marianne, hi, Mark. Grayson, Josh, yeah, another expert compared when the call began and ended in the enhanced viral version to the raw version in the enhanced. Good point, Grayson. Gene, Jim is a special person. Yes, he is. Alley Cat, can I change the subject to Nancy Guthrie and point out one thing that bugs me while the FBI was in backyard? You can see from Mark the Shark's drone footage, 2 garments, maybe a towel, and on a bench. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Allie. Just outside the casita. If you want to come in, let me know. Let me know if you guys want to come in. Anybody want to come in? Bruce, hi, Marianne.
I'm already here.
Grayson, Joshua, yeah, another expert compared when the call began and ended in the enhanced viral version to the raw version of the enhanced version was 17 seconds longer. Interesting. Mark, I say Jim has thick skin. Melly, yesterday Jim said every time he goes out there, it costs him $1,000, and he's been out there. How many times now? Yeah, God bless him, without a doubt, Melly. Well said.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's a lot of money for them to go there.
Annie, you're right, Chris. Go ahead.
Just in gas, because in California, I think the gas is. Who's anybody in the chat from Cali? What is it, $5-6 now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost $5 here now. So, Jesus, I got to move to Ohio or something where
Jim says, I am on the road, guys. We'll be listening. Don't let any ghosts get your co-host, Chris. You got it, Jim.
Oh, it's about time Doug shows up. Nice of you to be here, Doug.
He's really great guy. Moonlighting is really here. Mark, thank you, guys. Alley Cat, no GD, sir. No GD, sir. But I agree with Chris. Yeah. Carol, okay. Jim.
Somebody agreed with me?
So agree, Chris.
I'm good for the day. I'll see you.
Tell it, Carol Burton. Carol, she thinks she's above them, in my opinion. Jean Savannah, high class snob. Millie, I agree. Annie, it aggravates me. By Carol, actually. Annie, I don't like Savannah either. Mark, I believe Savannah is still a target and involves her. Annie, Carol, hear ya. Burton, they have been privileged their whole life, Chris. April,
yeah,
Chris, we know the teachers make. We both work in schools.
Dee Dee, drop the link. Okay. April's yelling at me. Tell Dee Dee to drop the link.
Okay.
You better read your own chat, man.
I'm trying to.
No, you're not.
Hey,
you're not.
Hey. Stop it. Okay, here we go. There's the link. Bruce, there's the link. Drop the link, please. April 60 watches, 45
now
likes.
Now you read it after you drop the link.
For DD and Chris.
Are you for real? Unbelievable.
Silence or Melly's going to mute you.
Put me in timeout.
Bruce, hit like button, please, if you haven't. There you go. Here you go, Bruce.
The link's already there.
There you
go. You gotta read that chat, man. You gotta read that chat, man. I've been sitting here for like 20 minutes. Hello, anybody hear me?
I told you.
Savannah left for her life and left the sister to take care of mom, and could see mom favor Savannah. Annie probably felt some way about it all those years, but Savannah just sitting in a there. Interesting. Jane, I'm talking about all the boats in the background. Yeah, I don't know who all those boats in the background are.
There's just too many. That's a mix of everybody that lives in the area, because it's a 4th of July thing. They all go out there on the 4th of July and have a good time. That's everybody. I will say, anybody.
I will say, you have got to have responsible people. All right. It's the same thing when you have the people that the designated driver that goes out, and either they'll go with you or they'll just drop you off. But if they go with you, they're not drinking, they're watching and making sure everything's safe for everybody, and they are the ones that have that. And then you've got to have responsible people. I get it. We were all young. We've all, high school, getting drunk underneath the, myself underneath the football stadiums. It's just what it is. But we have got to have responsible. And I know I don't know a lot about it. I've been hearing it from on Juice when I've been waking up early. But just listening to people and just hearing different people, Chris, Devil Dog, people in the chat and stuff, and then other chats on Juices, and I just don't know. It just needs to be, the truth needs to come out, and I don't know why people just can't come out when it comes to things and just be honest about things. All right, if you didn't do something. All right. I heard Chris say something about one of the kids or something. This mom's a judge or something. Look, I get where you don't talk. Okay. But how many times I've been hearing in this other one where people are complaining about Annie and Tommaso not talking, or they're tripping out because they're hiding themselves. Does it look good? No. All I'm saying is I would love to come out and say that I didn't do something that's being honest, and it's the truth. If they get caught later, Chris, for lying, well, then you know what happened. And so does Devil Dog, and so does everybody else in this chat.
Well said, my brother.
This is true. This is true.
I guess my phone must be messing up, right, Devil Dog?
No, you sound good to me, brother.
Yeah.
Chris? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, bro, I use Cav sometimes because of all my eye problems. You're good, Gene. No worries. Carol, Chris, inside voice laughing out loud or time out. I agree, Annie.
Don't agree with anybody.
Yeah, that $6.99 is a lot of money, no doubt about it, for that gas, that diesel.
That's crazy. $7 for diesel. Get a job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right at the airport, Chris. Right, just not even a block down the road from the airport up there.
What are you paying? Like on the island?
$6. It's $6. No, it's in Seattle. It's $6. It's $6 in Seattle, and it's $6.99 for diesel. $6 for $6 and some change for regular gas.
Now, what about when you're over on the island?
So over on the island, back when all the war started, you're talking to it was 1,000 pesos a liter. So they go by kilos and liters over there. They don't go by pounds. So $20 essentially would be 1,000 pesos in Philippine money. Yeah. So $20 for 1 liter of gas.
$20 for a liter of gas?
It was at the time, yes. Now it's down to okay. So when I left, it was down to 90 pesos a liter. So I'm not sure exactly what it is at this moment in time, but this was just 3.5 weeks ago that I got back. That I left. Yeah. So it was at 90 pesos. But in the Christmas holiday time, December and January, $20. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and we're talking on an island. It's a big. It's a good sized island, but we're talking way out in the middle of nowhere. We're not talking the big city in Manila, great big giant place. We're not talking about Angeles City. We're talking about a small island that you had to pay $20.
And everybody knows what a 1 liter bottle of Coke looks like. Imagine that is $20 for that.
It's crazy.
Man, that's insane, dude. If that was what it was like here, you couldn't even live. You wouldn't be able to drive. Nobody would drive. It would be all walking and shit.
Everybody will have an e-bike.
Well, but people don't realize that we're getting stuff. We're not like, okay, so it's not like living like in Seattle. They get the boats too. Yes, they get all the stuff that they get, but most of the stuff comes from air, from delivery trucks and trains. Yeah. Okay, over there you have air and you have boat. That's it. There is no driving trucks. Okay, because you're going all the way from America on the South China Sea to Taiwan. You go to China, Taiwan, you go to Japan, which is over on this side. I shouldn't say, but when you're going that way, you go China first, then it's Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand, Malaysia. All these different places that goes that way. So you've got to understand, it's not that they want to charge people. And I'll tell you something, not many people can afford that. Even here, no. $20.
$20 doesn't get you anything here.
There was a lot of walking, and there was a lot of bicycle riding too, where we had to go places. It is not like jumping into your car or jumping into a cab. Okay. Now you want to jump in cabs, you better be in the big cities to do that. We don't have cab service where I live.
Right.
And still they're not. And here's the thing, you guys, one thing that with the gas problem is they're charging so much because of what's happening. But how can you sit here and allow to into a place like the Philippines is affordable? Places in East Asia are affordable. But how can anybody put down $20 and say, hey, how long am I going to go on $20 on a motorcycle? How long am I going to go in a car? You're not going to go far in a car. It's just insane. So people now are buying battery stuff. You know, people are riding bicycles and they're going long distance. You know, like it literally takes probably 1 liter of gas to drive to the boat. So you guys maybe don't understand. I don't know if I've ever told you. I have to take a boat to go over from the town that we live in to our island. I have to take a boat that takes, you know, about 5 minutes or so or less.
Yeah.
We have to take a boat there, and then we have to catch a tricycle, or, you know, which is a bike with, you know, they have the second car like they had back in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
We have to catch that and then go. But it literally takes 1 liter of gas from the boat to our front door.
Hell with that.
So that's why people say, I'm sorry, I can't give you a ride.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it makes sense, right?
Totally sense.
Anyway, sorry, Double Dog, about that.
No,
I didn't mean to go on about it.
No. You're good, buddy. You're good. Gene, can somebody put Gene the Bruce's channel information on there so she can subscribe?
Mellie's got it if she's in there. But it's just my name, you guys.
Okay. But yeah, that's so much right now with so many things going on, and everybody's feeling the crunch. Everybody's feeling the pain. Yeah, I don't know when it gets any better, to be honest. Thank you, April. Thank you, Melly. Thank you. Carol, thank you. Man, you got 3 endorsements, Bruce. Good deal.
You seen that,
right? Wow. Hey, thank you guys.
Melly, song.
Wow, thank you.
I'm trying really hard just to not buy anything anymore, right? I don't look at things like I used to. That's for damn sure. You send it all at the same time because you guys are spot on, Melly. RS, jeepney, and tricycles. Yeah. Remember the big wheel? You better get on that big wheel.
The green machine? Remember you pull the handle and you twirl around?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I had one of each. That was nice. Truck not only uses diesel, but they have to use like dope to mix with diesel. Yeah, it's that what is it called? It's that additive stuff they have to put in there, and it's like near $12-13 for a gallon or something like that.
Yeah.
Death
fluid.
Jesus.
That's expensive, man.
That fluid, right, man? That stuff's
yeah, I had to use that stuff in the oil fields in the trucks.
My dad had to use that stuff for his old truck that he had, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Bruce, thanks, Maz. Love you all. Gene, a song in my heart. Totally agree. Carol, you're welcome. I'm back, says L. Good to have you, L. Thank you for being back here. Melly, we love you too, Bruce. Carol, Burton, welcome back. So, anybody got any more other takes on any other cases? Chris, you got any info? Bruce, Doug?
No, I'm just checking videos.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys. I missed the whole show up until
we talked about a little bit of Nolan Wells, which went really well, and we talked a little bit about Chris with Casillas, the scientist.
Yep.
That was super well. So we covered both of those. Just some little updates, stuff that we seen the other night. And right now we're in an open chat, so we're just trying to hear from all the subscribers and the Devil Pups and everybody in our channels that, you know, what's on their mind as far as do they got anything on their end that they want to talk about.
No, but I want to show you guys a video though.
Okay.
Sure.
Remember, it's open video. It's open to never mind. I can't right now. Never mind.
Why?
Because I'm on different computer. I can't share it right yet.
Well, what about your phone, Chris? You could put it on your phone.
Oh no, I'll transfer it over, but I got to do that
Oh, okay.
to my
It's
other
not at his
computer.
fingertips right now.
April says, Bruce, do you live there?
Yes,
Do I
he
live?
does.
Yeah, I live there. Yep.
Yeah, he sure does. RS, Jeepney are like Jeeps bus kind of service in the Philippines. Jeepney. Interesting. Analyze Doug. There is his channel. Thank you, April.
Thank you, April.
Let's get all these channels up to speed. You know, guys, we do a really good job out here. I'm just going to say we do a damn good job putting out information that we get, especially at real time. Not at, we're not going back, so long. It's just real time information as we get it. It's pretty good.
That's right.
Better than what I've
it.
been hearing at nighttime, because I'll hear some things at nighttime and it's just, yeah. It's but it does help me sleep, I will say. It really does.
And then he gets scared.
No, that's you. You guys
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
Yes, April, just here for a short time. Go back home. AZ, morning, everyone. Welcome in, AZ. I'm feeling like the white rabbit from Alice. I'm late. Hey, but you're feeling high. You're feeling good.
I will tell you, people, that if you live, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be there, but if people ever decide to move or whatever, living a Western life that we live here is going to cost you. So always remember that. And it's going to cost you $20 for a Jiffy peanut butter. It's going to cost you for the Johnsonville sausage. It's going to cost you $25 maybe.
Yep.
RS says, tell them about the non-existing stop signs and stop lights, Bruce, laughing out loud.
The fuck is this?
AZ, Melly High, Gene, average price of gas where I live in Southern Connecticut is $4.03. Wow. Annie, Pam, thank you, AZ. Carol, good morning. Did you hear that one, Doug?
Which one?
Or was it Doug or let me see here. RS says, tell them about to Bruce, tell them about the non-existing stop signs and stoplights.
Oh yeah, I think he's talking about the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
They driving there is could be very difficult at times. In the big cities they have stop signs, but in other places there's not. Sometimes there may not even be any lights, signal lights.
Wow. Crazy. Blue Eye said, I had to sell my gold just to get gas. It's that bad. At least you didn't have to give your right arm at this point. Yeah, my fingers hurt laughing out loud. Song says, yep. Yes, it was 420 says out here a couple of weeks ago, right around $4 a gallon now, but it goes up to almost $4.50 at one point. Barney says peanut butter and Jay here with stale potato chips. $13.50. Damn.
Stupid ass drop.
Hey, see, 422 paid yesterday. I will say, I saw it here in Ohio. I saw it for just the other day. It was like 365, 356, something like that.
Yeah,
so that's a good thing. Gas here is 349 says bam, 360 out a gallon in Alabama. I think it's Alabama. Interesting. So what do you find? Anything? Anybody got any takes on anything? Any questions on anything? Anything that we've covered? Any thoughts on Nancy?
Well, I want to see Chris go stomping around, and see some boots on the ground somewhere and find the true facts. That's what I want.
There you go. What you want is what you'll get.
I hope you're talking about Chris McDonough.
So says, I love Jim.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about.
Good.
If you know something, throw rocks. Make it happen, says Song. Oh my gosh, I was literally 30 minutes behind and didn't realize. My bad.
Say it pop. Hold on.
Yeah, I got nothing new, dog. I've been wrapped up in the Clancy trial this past week, probably. So
Excuses.
yeah, well, I mean, everything we've been working on, there's nothing breaking or anything.
No.
There's nothing really new. So
No, it's not. So, here it is. I found it. Let's see.
beat the same dead horse, but
That's what we're doing.
yeah.
Let's watch this crazy lunatic
Okay.
out of the Toronto, Canada area. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, Millie.
We're just a few fewer.
All right, throw that up there, Doug.
Okay. There it is.
Whoops.
Oh, I got to get rid of that. Okay, my bad. Let's see.
Oh,
Got to get rid of it.
unbelievable.
Okay. There you go.
I feel bad for the female cop, but she's holding restraint to not tase or shoot. Oh, I didn't see that. Done right there. Sorry,
Yep.
I'm going to jail because my ass just put. I would have put 2 lugs right in his legs.
Yep.
Attempted something. Could you salt and battery? Look, he busted out all the windows. The
Good
poor
morning,
female
AZ.
cop. Unbelievable. Oh, he's back. Oh no, that's the other guy. That's crazy though, man. Like, oh, it is him. Oh, he threw it at who? Is that the cop still? Oh yeah, it is. He's trying to hurt her. See that? Twice he threw that big rock at her.
I'll tell you what. I definitely.
Is that just assault and battery?
That's going to be assault and battery. Oh, well, assault and battery on an officer.
Oh, that's true on a Leo. Yeah, so that's a little extra time.
That's a little bit extra.
Fuck, these people from Toronto, they're so unbelievable. These Toronto people.
I don't think she got hit, Barney. Thank
No,
God.
she didn't. It missed her. It did miss her. Oh, look at the food. There was one up. Looks familiar. Who is that?
Oh, that's that one guy in it with ain't that what's his name? That Holloway. Remember Holloway, the girl that went missing?
Natalie
Holloway. That's the guy that did it, maybe?
Chris
Looks
Watts?
like him.
No. Was it Watts? No, not Watts. That was
No,
man.
I don't know. I know I've seen that dude's face before.
I can't think of his name. And he would have been over with if it was me, because I'm not standing to let that hit me. No doubt about it, Annie. You open a can of whip butt. No doubt.
Well, let's see here, guys. That's the perfect thing right there is with that guy. What he's doing, breaking the windows, throwing the boulder. I'm not calling it a rock because it ain't a rock. It's a boulder.
Watching a fight, Chris.
Yeah, you are. I haven't.
I was gonna say I'm watching a fight.
That was the girl whooping his ass. Whipping his ass. Ooh, he got her good. Look at her. Give it to him.
Give me that $20.
Let him fight. Give me that $20. Yeah. I told you this. Look at they put her in the car.
I'm some guy on the internet.
Are you serious?
Every
though? They
day,
put her
dozens
in
of Congress people are forced to scrape.
Nice. What was I saying now that you rudely interrupted me?
Oh, I just
What was
really
I
was
saying?
interrupted.
Oh, no, I was saying that guy that was throwing the rock and the boulder, breaking all the windows, the cop, she kept her composure. But in this entire instance, if she had shot him, she would have been the one going to jail. This is the times that we live in now. You know,
Thank you, RS. Yeah, that is
somebody would have pulled out of the, well, you could have hit him with a feather or something. Kiss my ass.
No, I think she would have been.
He's hucking boulders and shit. He threw it at her that one time right here in the back.
Yeah.
That's it. You're going down, dude. See ya.
He's gonna shoot his pinky toe.
You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the cops that they wouldn't have allowed to carry a gun. They would have had to give me like a squirt gun or some shit because, man, really.
Sug says, I like watching guys fight. I grew up with 4 older brothers. My mom always said, let them fight. I'm sure.
I mean, he's out to harm her.
I don't know about let them punish each other.
Psycho.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. Vandersloot. Thank you, RS.
Vandersloot, yep.
Thank you. Appreciate that, RS.
That dude's huge.
What is everyone's thoughts on the Kendra Scott case? Has anyone looked into that yet?
No, I haven't, to be honest. Army Vet, morning, Chad. Good to have you, Army Vet.
No. Somebody block him and put him on a timeout.
Me or Army?
There you go, Army Vet. There is the link.
Yeah, whatever you say, Army Vet. Whatever you say.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't friends no more. Who's this guy doing?
Where'd Bruce go?
Bro?
Bro, where you at?
Brah, what happened, brah?
There you go, my brother. Good to have you.
Airborne.
Airborne.
You better mind yourself. You better mind
Doug
yourself.
I did not know.
Pause.
Chris is afraid of ghosts. Oh my Doug. Doug, shoot. Dee, did you see what happened last night?
I didn't.
Doug.
Yeah, we got to watch Chris. He was at the school giving us like a tour, but you could clearly tell he was afraid of the ghosts there.
No, it wasn't a tour. It was a tour where the ghosts are. You should.
Dee, it had to be the funniest thing me and Doug seen on the internet, at least in a year. It was funny. It was
Chris
beautiful.
Was a riot last night.
Oh, Chris, it was so beautiful, Chris.
I know.
Not your fear. Not your fear.
No.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I will.
yeah, the fear. Yeah, it was the fear.
I will say though, in completely, I am not afraid of ghosts until I get to the school.
It was beautiful.
That stuff doesn't bother me at all. But when I'm at that school, man, and I can honestly tell you that being there, I've heard voices. I like there's certain doors in the school that if you open, they automatically stay open. They can't close unless you close it. That's how it's made. And I've opened those double doors, and because they got like they got the magnet lock, you know, that thing where it opens and it suction cups to the magnet, and you have to unclick the little lock thing to open the door.
Absolutely.
So I opened them to push one of the big cots through. And then I went down to the end of the classes and I came back up and those doors were closed. And I'm like, there ain't no way. It was just another one of those see ya, time to go home moments because I know it's haunted. I know it is. But the other thing I was being totally serious about, if I looked out that damn window and there was somebody looking in at me, I'm out right there on the floor. I'm telling you, that would be real.
Oh, Dee, you have to go see it. You have to go see that strip.
I will do that.
I haven't had so much fun, man. We had a good time.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was a fun
I will
time,
definitely
man.
check it out.
And I did not get home until 2:30 or something. Woo!
Barney said the original Willard State Mental Hospital. Yeah, I'm not all big on those type of things.
Me either.
When you see things that say, start hearing things talking to you that you can't see, normal people just leave. Not Chris. I want to find out what they're saying.
Yep. Like
I told you, bring some peppermints.
I mean, I can't blame Chris. Didi, have you ever been on deployment when you go to a city that another country took over and all the blood and they burned the books over there? And
close as I got out there was the Korea, Okinawa, Iraq, Kuwait.
Okay, like in Iraq, y'all, over there. Okay. I'm going to give y'all a picture of when you walk into like Iraq after Saddam Hussein has taken over. Okay, their religions are different. Their banks is different too. So during war over there, they'll go to the bank and they will hold the bank teller hostage, and blood is everywhere in the bank because they, you know, they take the money of the country. Other things that you're going to see is weird, y'all. It's when they cut the power to these countries, every clock is the same time, which is freaky as fuck. You know, when you clearing houses.
Right.
But the other thing is when you go to the schools, they burn all the books. So you see all the books in one room. It is one of the weirdest. So I know what you're saying. That feeling you get every time I go into like a school or a library, you see all the books in the middle of the room. So it's scary.
Yeah, no, it is definitely it's definitely. And when I was telling you guys when I first got on with you guys, that main room there, I was standing there and I'm telling you, something felt weird. And I never in my life have ever experienced anything like that because I never believed in anything like that. And I was like frozen in time, and all of a sudden you get this weird feeling, and then all of a sudden everything kind of just went cold, and it felt like a blast of wind went through, and there ain't no wind in there. And I'm telling you, a ghost decided it was time to run right through my body, because it certainly did, man, because it went in, and then like 5 seconds later, I was like, whoa, back to normal. And I'm like, damn, some shit just rode through me. I rolled up the vacuum, texted the boss, said, oh, yeah, I don't feel good. I'm going home. And I was gone.
Yeah.
I was fucking gone because I was like, yeah, anyways. And then the whole thing started, Doug, because they were on and they had some lady reading cards. And before I was getting off, I was like, hey, can you pull one of those cards and tell me if I'm going to get out of work early tonight or when I'll be done? And she pulled out a card, and what the hell? It went from there because it wasn't a great card. And then it was a whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was BB.
Yep, it was a whole thing. So it was all due to the cards. And then for some odd reason, Army Vet thought it was time to pick on Chris.
I didn't know. You know how they act tough, DD, and they terrified. Yeah. No, you can't get around us. We're gonna pick on whatever makes you afraid.
Ever since that day, that whatever happened went through, it's a different story. And yes, I look behind my back all the time. I'm like, where you guys at? But yeah, no, it was odd. Check this lunatic out. Watch this. Watch this lunatic.
What is he doing? Shooting?
No, he's got a knife.
Yeah,
stabbing the lady.
Oh my God!
Remember, they don't carry guns over there.
It's a broom?
I think it's beat him with a comb. He's coning them off. Look, they're all running away like, see ya. They're gone. Stab that guy too.
You're gonna lay on the ground and kick. Oh my God.
This guy's like, hey man, you gotta calm down.
3 security guards.
The guys with guns show up later.
Where's the cops?
Them. Yeah, the riot squad showed up.
They're having a conversation.
They don't carry weapons. He still has the knife.
Jesus. Well,
It took them like, just crazy. Sit down now. Look at that. He's got it's a big knife too.
yeah,
Psycho,
but he don't know how to use it. And once I
he
see it
wasn't
like that,
using it the
DD,
right way.
I'm on
No.
him. DD, I am on him. Since
Mhm.
I'm
It's-
on. I'm
It's
on
good that he didn't know how to use it.
Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah,
on
this
him.
was prayers to all these people in Colombia. They hit a 7.4. This earthquake. This building is nuts.
Dylan! Dylan!
Nice house though.
Dylan! ¡Sube, que está temblando! ¡Sube, corre!
My dog.
¡Corre, que está temblando! ¡Corre, salte, ven!
These earthquakes are no joke.
Dios mío,
Man.
bendito.
Thank God I don't have to be in any. Really.
Dios mío, Dios mío. Dios mío.
Look at that. That's crazy that's the ground. It always, I don't care how many I've watched, it blows my mind how it works. Man. It's fucking crazy. Look at this house. Holy crap. Damn. All of them first.
Michen los niños. Los niños, Michen los niños.
That's crazy, man.
No problem, Moonlight. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, that you. What's he laughing? That's crazy. Earthquake. There's 2 things that scare the crap out of me. Well, 3 really. Ghosts, number 1 now. But earthquakes and fires. Fires petrify me. Man.
Yeah, fire is scary.
Because there ain't a damn thing.
I concur.
Look at this one.
What happened here?
That's Dee Dee on a rough day. Holy crap, dude. You think she's a little drunk?
Look like Bourbon Street.
Yeah,
Right?
She's shy as shoe. She's missing a heel. Man, she's really in the trees. God.
You should take off that other heel. Maybe it
That's what
won't
I'm
be so
saying.
bad.
That other here is giving her peripheral balance.
It's throwing it all kinds
It's
of.
that, yeah, she need to heal to balance the hamburger in the bag.
That's what I'm saying. I was just about to say, what do you think's in that bag? Well, there it is. Oh no.
Is that
Oh
a
no,
burrito?
not my burrito.
Yeah, she is. She's gonna eat it right now.
You got 5 seconds.
Yeah, right?
Hell yeah, I ain't wasting that.
That is the strangest. Where's the stop? Did she leave with a sneaker and a heel?
That's it. That's where she is. Yep. She's gonna wake up there tomorrow morning. Oh, too fucking funny, man.
Drunk people. Mm.
Because she just stole a lion. Is that a bear, koala bear, or some shit? X kills me. It really does. Oh, is he sleeping again? So,
Oh boy, that was Trank, it looked like.
a second away from a horrible tragedy. Stepping out of an elevator. I'm sorry. She got nail polish on? She got. That he does. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm done watching that. Ooh, look at the poor fireman. Oh, crap. Oh, he's dead.
Ron,
Holy crap. Did you see that? Look at the poor fireman up there. Oh, man. Right there. Wow. Another earthquake. Freaking walls in there were hollow. Like there's nothing in them. That's a body bus right there. Don't come knocking if the bus is rocking. Crazy. He was saving the kid. I don't know. Oh, past all lessons. There it is. All right. Let's be done. Ooh. All right. Let's be done with X. I could watch X all day long. Stupid videos and shit. Air conditioning, anyone? Sure. I get it.
I have to get an X account. I don't want to, but I want to. But I think it would bring.
I don't do
do
anything on X, but
attention.
look at those stupid videos. Because
that's me, Army Vet. I'm not a big fan of X by no means.
No, because again, it's just another platform that people go on with stories and stuff, you know.
Yep.
So what else? What's going on, Army Vet? You got anything good? Any news we need to know about?
Oh, I've been covering that incident with Trump in Turkey.
Yes, you were telling us last night.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything yet this morning though.
It's there. I'm like search it. They're hiding it because it makes our country and president look bad. But I'm sure.
What happened in Turkey, Army Vet?
Doug, you know the dates? Like go. I'm
CNN put out an article about it today, this morning.
Did they?
Yeah, there's actually a short of what they did.
Yeah, Google Trump, Turkey. I can't get the date right now. I can pull it up. I'll get it to my computer.
Find it. Give me a second.
Now, what happened? What happened is before Trump got on the first Air Force One, and a lot of stuff is going on because the jet that he got for Qatar.
Yep.
It was targeted for a missile strike.
Oh wow!
On the tarmac. Our intelligence and Homeland Security said the attack was imminent. So what they did was, and it should have him on TV on July the 8th, waving to get onto the airplane.
Right.
They used what is it called when the people put food in the thing? He had to jump in that. And
it was a food cart, like.
Yeah, the truck that comes up to the to the door on the airplane and they load the food in and off. That's what they got him out in.
Oh wow!
Into
I bet he was happy. Jet. They had a lot of cheeseburgers in there.
Right.
So but they didn't tell anybody. Like nobody on the jet, his team didn't know. Nobody on that jet knew what was happening. But that's when I told him, your job is, and Didi will tell you, if you're around it, your job is to sacrifice your life for the president.
Absolutely.
Yes, it
Like
is.
y'all
Secret
really don't
Service,
know
yeah.
that is your job. That is your
Ah.
number. So don't sign up for it if you ain't gonna do it. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
that's fact.
don't do it. But imagine, but yeah, and this story is being hidden, but I'm sure you're seeing it because they going after him again.
It's never gonna end.
No.
No,
It's just
they
gonna
after him.
stay where it is.
They are after him. Oh, let me.
Agreed. Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's see. So I'll read what it says here. It says a specific threat to Air Force One by a shoulder-fired missile emerged on the final day of last month's NATO summit in Turkey, according to a person familiar with the matter, prompting the scramble among U.S.
Secret
officials
Service.
to devise the furtive plan to sneak President Donald Trump out of the country on an alternate jet. The threat was specific enough that the officials feared Trump's life would be at enormous risk if he flew out of the country on either the Legacy Air Force One plane or the Qatar-donated jet that he used to fly to the summit. The person declined to say where information about the threat originated, but said it was believed to be serious in part because of how specifically the Iranians seem to know details of Trump's arrangements in Turkey, which is another problem, right? How would they know? Trump spent one night in Ankara, the Turkish capital, at a luxury chain hotel downtown and traveled several times between the hotel and the summit venues. Officials, including from the military and Secret Service, put together the plan to move Trump to another plane by way of a catering truck to fly out of the country within hours. Trump had been accompanied to Turkey by several senior officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Dan Kane. But not all would join the president when he left.
None of them joined him.
So they left them. All right, we're getting him out of here. You guys, hang tight.
These are the people I'm trying to get interviews from their assistants because,
Right.
as DD will know, this is military. I want to know how you feel now. You know what I'm saying, DD?
Yep.
Like, if y'all think Benghazi and imagine your president leaving Pete Hegseth on another plane to get blown up without him. So this is, I want to know how these soldiers and people feel because that's major, whether y'all know it or not. For DD could talk about being that military, and then your personnel is looking at you now because you just sacrificed them.
Yeah, you know, and that explains everything. So if you listened to when Trump took the new plane, he took that to the area. That's how he got there. He flew in the new plane. But right after this happened, they took that out of service again because they said that the plane at the time did not have all of the security weapons that they need to, protect themselves. So they took that out of service. And now from the article I read the other day, now it's getting new top of the line. And I did hear them say what was the word? It's getting stuff that they've never used on one of the planes before. It's all new and all that good stuff. So that's why he's back into the old Air Force One.
Makes sense now, don't it?
Yes, it does. Well, now I know why they put it back in so quick, because they couldn't help themselves against the missile attack. So from what I understood is they do carry security systems that can, help get rid of the missile attack, which were not installed on that plane.
But if you launch, let me stop. That's an old missile. In 2026, as soon as you release that missile, AI is tracking it now.
Mm-hmm.
Now you are human. That AI reacts faster than you.
Oh God, yeah.
That's why you remember that laser we had in San Antonio that we was testing? They finna put all these lasers all over America because we need to. They're gonna do. Doug, you remember when I'm saying something gonna happen?
Yeah,
I remember.
the next big thing.
Yeah.
And then nobody will remember Nancy. The next big thing is going to take over, and that's what keeps moving everybody along.
Now, here's the crazy part. And I know, Doug, I'm gonna need your help with this one. Because now we in daytime, and I can't really say anything. But 4 days ago, I was talking to Doug about this was reminding me of September the 11th. And before I left out on September the 10th to go to Egypt. And we were searching for that specific terrorist. But before all this happened, we didn't know. But on our way to Egypt to Turkey, I experienced something that I was talking to Doug about something that happened when I was landing in Turkey. The technology that I was around back then, that I hear the story, but what I was telling Doug was about zero gravity inside a C-130, and then to know Trump ended up on one plane and then got to a destination and was on another plane. It was just a little weird. And I cannot find the video footage of any of this. I have the video footage of him getting on one plane, but I have video footage of him arriving on another plane.
Yeah, it's creepy.
And remember, I understand what y'all saying. I told Doug this 4 days ago, before any of this came out. I was like, Doug, I think something happened when I went. And he was like, what? They told me, put your head down. Don't see anything. We finna load something on your truck. I knew it was top secret technology because we were moving fast during 9/11, getting things from Dover Air Force Base all into the Middle East on September 11th. I was involved in some top level shit, so I get it. It's just hearing this story 4 or 5 days later, talking to Doug, that it was just weird. And I reached out to Doug. I was like, Doug, is this weird? Like, because I don't remember, everything is coming back to me because of the Nancy Guthrie case in Fort Huachuca. On September the 8th, 9th, and 10th, we deployed out of Fort Huachuca to September the 11th. Behind the scenes, they thought they were after our technology and our cyber team leaving out of New York on the 10th. By the time we got to Egypt on the 11th, it was September. No, we got there. I know this is going to sound weird. We left on September the 10th. We got there on September the 10th, but it was September the 11th over here.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's all documented. Just check Fort Huachuca. Do they have a security team? Yeah.
Interesting.
Is it?
It is.
Is it now? Is it now? So I want, I was gonna last night. I remember on the live with you guys, and somebody in the chat. Oh no, somebody was talking about the weapon that they, well, yeah, it's a weapon. I mean, the weapon that they have where, one of the scientists was testing that where, they say they have the ability to, shoot you with the laser that tries to help your memory loss. They can make you forget things. Do you remember what you guys, when we were talking about that yesterday?
I think that was Doug. Wasn't that you, Doug?
But that is, he must have stepped away or something. But that I read about a while back, and they have it. From everything that I read, they have the ability to do that. And they think, well, Doug's gone. They think that's what was used against some of these scientists to make them. It's supposedly, and I'm sure Army vet, but supposedly this weapon, it's not a laser. I forget what they called it, but they can shoot it at you, and it does something to your brain. What I read even said that they can't make you do something, but it can make you they can change the way that, like, I don't even know how to say. Army vet, help me out.
I don't know. Remember, we military. If I want you to do something, I'm gonna put a pew pew to the back of your
No,
head.
I'm saying it, but it is the military.
You know what I'm saying? I get it.
Yeah,
I do.
No,
violence.
this is like saying I'm shooting it at you, and it's gonna make you, instead of going straight, it's gonna make you go right, or it's gonna make you go left, or you're gonna be going to CVS, and then they're gonna shoot you with this thing, and it's gonna make you go to Target or something on that.
I understand what you're saying, but now DD is military. We wouldn't use that. That would probably be in a president's room with another president, but civilians, we just kidnap you and put a pew pew to the back of your head. You right, do what we want.
But that's what they said that possibly could have been used against these scientists to make them do what people think they did. Like some of them going home, getting their weapon, leaving their phones, going out and unaliving themselves.
Stress can do that.
Yeah, no, I know. Because
I'm talking about ultimate. In my field, the way that you get me is make me think somebody behind me. Now my work, when I go home, I'm not focused. I'm thinking somebody behind, intelligence officers. These people,
AZ says, Chris, it's almost rewires your neurotransmitters in your brain.
Yeah, that's what they would. Those are the things. Yeah, brainwashing is simple. That's exactly brainwashing.
You're right.
They can make you do what they want you. They can make you think to do something.
You cannot do that to intelligence, though, because unlike soldiers, you need that mind intact.
Right.
To get what you want out of it. And the only way you get something out of an intelligence officer is fear. No other way. Fear.
Right.
So, but it's civilians, yes.
It's just crazy to think that there's something like that, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy. The thought of, shit, I was going to CVS. What the hell am I doing at Stop and Shop? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy thought in my head, man.
Okay. Over in Iraq. And the technology probably is true. I can try to verify it and find it. But I'm gonna tell you, over there, they're just to dope you up with some heroin, and you're just gonna start talking.
Well, yeah. Well, don't they have?
Sites, they're just poop.
But you know how you see that shot they use it in the movies, like the truth serum.
Yeah, that's heroin. I can ask if you dope up that person, they'll tell you anything.
Okay.
Anything. That's what they did to all them terrorists in them black sites. Either they hurt them, fear, or they doped them up, or they paid them to get. they found, I get what you're saying. I would do this in 2026. Yes, I will put you in a chair. I would put goggles on your face, and I will inject you with something to put fear in you, and you will tell me, make this stop. And I will get everything that I want.
Just show me a ghost and I'll give you whatever you need.
You see, and that's what they did. One of the terrorists over in 9/11, they found out he fears spiders. You know what they did?
Me
They
too.
gave
I
him
don't like spiders at all.
They built a coffin. They built a coffin. They had 2 spiders, and they threw it in there, and they put the top down. They said, if you talk, I will let this up. Yeah, fear.
Shit,
I
I'd be
get it.
singing halfway through into the car. Don't even put me in there. What do you need to
You know
know?
what I'm saying? This
Just
is
show
just
me the
how.
spiders and I'm done. I hate.
But did he
Hate
when you
spiders.
dealing with evil people,
Mm-hmm.
you got to be them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got to become your prey.
Yep. Yeah, you really do. That's the way you rationalize it.
There's some sick
Yep.
minded individuals.
Yep.
And you know, one of them was Saddam Hussein. Do you remember what he did to the soccer team when they lost
Mhm.
years and years ago? He tortured them when they came back.
Didn't they lose to America? They lost to somebody.
I believe
somebody.
it was. I don't know if it was America, but it was something. But when those dudes got back, he tortured the shit out of them. All of them.
Yep.
I mean, these are the psychos that fucking run around this world. Like, I mean,
I bet they won't lose again.
they didn't even have a team in the next few years.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean,
They're not going to lose.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, they ain't go. How do you get like that though? You know what I'm saying? Like, how does
Revenge.
how do you get like that?
Revenge.
Like even
remember that their culture. You don't adapt your culture to their culture is big on revenge. Big.
right? Yeah, no, I mean it's true. I mean it's even like Iran. You know, they know they can't win against us, right? They know it, but they keep going.
No, they know. They know as long as this happens, Iran is tied to America's economy for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
From here on out. And why should I get along with you when all I have to do is hold my hands behind my back and your country is going to suffer?
Yeah. Look at us now.
Yep.
Yeah. And then after this,
there's no after.
Which always gets me because then after it's over and whatever happens in the end, then we're going to go back there and we're going to rebuild the whole country.
What do you think Israel's going to do? What you mean after?
Well, no, I mean, like,
just gonna. You think Israel's gonna let us just float away from Iran right now? You think it? No.
Oh no.
Y'all thinking we're there to attack Iran and we're there to stop World War III? Or Israel wants to bomb Iran with a nuke? If that happens, the world is over. We're not there attacking Iran. Don't even think that. We're there preventing Israel from bombing Iran.
How close is Israel to Iran? Like, I mean, are we talking thousands of miles or hundreds of miles? I don't even know.
I know they're not that far.
They're neighbors, right?
Yeah.
Not really neighbors.
I mean, what they have there's an outline that crosses, you know, your borders that are going to cross pretty damn close. So it's not like they're far from each other. It's just you got to look at the terrain, what's in between.
Right.
You know?
No, I'm just thinking like what does Israel gain from nuking Iran?
They want it all.
But if they
Welcome to the
nuke
Middle East.
Iran, aren't they going to hurt themselves too?
They want it all. They want the Middle East everything, not just Gaza. They want it all. They've
Yep.
always wanted it all. It's just a matter of they had to fight so many entities, and then they had to get approval from different countries, because when that happens, everything gets unstable in the country, in the world.
Hell yeah.
You know, everything gets unstable. So the only reason they haven't really tried is because, well, for the better lack of words, we know that it's going to upset the world economy,
Yep.
which will affect us.
Mhm.
You know, and that's the only reason. But they've always wanted everything, not just Gaza, not just the Holy Land. They wanted it all. You know, and everybody
get
else.
that.
Yeah. So
I'm saying, if they nuke Iran,
Oh, I see what
the
you're saying
effects,
now.
the effects go to Israel too.
No.
not
No.
really.
I see.
I mean,
I get what Chris is saying. I get you. I got you, Chris. Crossing that line, that means China can nuke Taiwan.
yep.
That means North
Yeah.
Korea can nuke Korea. That
Yep.
means Russia can nuke Ukraine.
So the world's
Every-
over anyways.
nobody,
Everybody's watching.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
nobody plays by the rule anymore.
From Africa to the cartels and everybody. If you cross this line, they will. They are saying, okay, then I can do it too. America, and
Yep,
Israel.
absolutely.
So everybody's what. That's why you see nobody. They're saying, I got my bomb ready. North Korea is saying, you do this, goodbye, Korea.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Right.
So everybody's
basically-
watching.
So basically, in the runaround, in the middle, it's us that is there preventing all of it.
Yep.
So I guess our president did one thing that's right? To get him
Either-
there, to get us there.
But we can't do anything.
No.
We can't
All we
stay
can do
there
is just
forever.
bomb
Yeah, you
shit.
just said we can't stay there forever.
No. But it
Sooner or
always
later-
seems like, there's this whole entire mess that's going on, right? It always seems to slow down, and then it goes away for a little while, and then we'll pull out, and then things will be okay and be okay and be okay. And then one guy will come out and say one word, and then that'll be it again, and we'll be back to somewhere new. It always seems like it's a revolving door. You know what I mean? We're in, we're out, we're in, we're out, we're in, we're out.
You know, the
military-
worst case scenario, the worst possible threat is having someone in charge that is so unpredictable, you don't know what the hell they're going to do. And that's
Right.
the problem. Right now, we have that. We're in that dynamic.
Right.
We never know what the certain individual is going to do that's going to make everything start to unbuckle, if you will,
Right.
and that's the problem that we're at today, literally, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So it's when a country can't control their leader to a certain extent, really it's all bars off, because whatever that leader wants to do,
He's going to do.
he's going to do, and it's going to shake up everything.
So
And that's just the bottom line. I mean,
So then what? So make me understand us doing what we're doing to Iran right now, right? Bombing whatever the hell we're bombing, blah, 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 blah. What is preventing anything else from happening? Is it because of our relationship with Israel? Is our relationship with Israel true and real? I mean,
honestly, Chris, the reason I can't even answer any of those questions is because those are political questions.
no, I get it. I don't want to
Okay.
get political. I'm
No,
just
we're
saying,
already
like,
there.
well, no, I mean,
pretty
but
much.
what are we preventing though? Are we stopping everybody from doing that?
We're stopping from everything unraveling.
Yeah.
We're stopping. Look, just so everybody knows, we are the most powerful country in the world. Okay, if something happens and we allow anything to happen, we can't control everything. We there's only so many, as they would say, bayonets and bullets. There's only so many people, and we can't control that. We have the power. We just don't have the power to control every entity on this planet. We just don't. So therefore, if we allow something to unravel, everything is going to unravel. There's only a very small little piece of tape holding everything together.
Yeah.
And the unpredictability is the worst thing that you can have, is someone who's so unpredictable from day to day that you just don't know where it's going to go. That's why here today you'll see stuff happening in Iran, and then the next moment, it's on again, off again.
Right.
We'll talk, we won't talk. Go ahead and bomb, we won't bomb. But here's the thing, every time that's happening, everybody else is itching forward to do what they want to do. Don't think 1 minute that even Russia won't start sending missiles left and right to Ukraine. The only reason the only reason they're not really like trying to end this is because we're telling them, hey, we can't let this happen, because just like Army Vet said earlier, if this happens, then Taiwan is no longer Taiwan. Then all these other entities are no longer. In other words, we're allowing it to happen. And the people that say we as a whole are making sure that doesn't happen, because it's going to affect us all the way around. And we can't allow that. So basically, this is a situation where everybody is looking to see what the United States is going to do or allow, because once that door is open, that it's all hard bars are off, that's just the reality.
Very well said. But I mean, like, do you really think, not do you think, so you take all the presidents, dictators, whatever the hell you want to call them, for all these countries, and we'll just go Russia, Ukraine, China, Israel, Iran. We always hear, they're all in talks and stuff like that. Do you think they all have these private meetings and say, look, we're not going to do anything? Are you guys going to do anything? Do you think they all talk together and be like, hey, look, we're not going to bomb anybody.
Okay.
Are you guys going to bomb anybody?
Let's start right here with that conversation. Chat, anybody with a computer,
I have one in front.
Search the top 4 hacking countries in the world. It should be United States, North Korea, Russia, China, and Iran. In 2026, you cannot trust what you see on any digital screen.
Right. I'll look it up later. I think the best thing at this point, and I love that talk, but let's step away from politics now. But there is some. I'm gonna throw something up here, Doug, and try to catch up. There is some breaking news out of Minnesota. It looks like 3. Looks like child killed, 3 dead in Minnesota daycare stabbing right now. It happened. Let me just see. Try to get a little information on this, because that's not good.
And you're right, Barney. 100%.
We are. That's my fault. We're all done now. I can see in Dog's face. You know that picture that I put up over here where he's yelling at me? Well, later on at 5, there's going to be another picture up there, and it's going to have like a hatchet or a hammer. Or
Stop it already.
in his head, in my head. So, all right, hold on.
There we go.
Let's see what's going down.
Police chief will be giving an update. We don't know when that will happen, but he is told that will be happening from one end of this. We believe it'll happen out there at the scene. So we hopefully will have that shortly, so we can all have some of the questions answered here as to what has happened and why such a large police presence.
So you think they got some crime scene
certainly
tape up
gets
there or
your
what?
attention when it's children.
Jesus
involved,
Christ.
That's what I would have had Nancy's house
He's-
like.
children.
He said,
see
"Stop!
that?
What do you want me to do with the extra?
Just don't know.
Just wrap it around
You know,
anything you
we are
see."
being very.
All that yellow on the white
we are
on that map to the right,
we
that's
get
the crime scene.
any
I know, right?
official word from police. So understandably, folks at home may be wondering, well, what is going on? We're trying to gather as much as we can. We have crews there on the scene trying to get some information from police, from neighbors and such. But just to kind of reset here, if you're just joining us, we are monitoring a very active situation in Hopkins on Tyler Avenue North. You can see it on the map there, the very active scene. What is a home daycare in Hopkins in that residential area. Police on the scene, huge police presence. We also saw an ambulance stationed there at the scene. We haven't seen the ambulance leave the area. Now, we don't know if there were, ones there prior to when we came here live on the air at this point, but working to learn more. It is a home daycare. Police did confirm to our Cornhager that the focus right now is this home daycare. It is a very active still situation here as an officer even answered the phone. I know one of our executive producers called the home daycare in question and said this is an active scene.
We also we have our chopper up in the air. We are trying to get those pictures for you as well to give you more of a bird's eye view of what's happening here so you can see the larger scale of this scene from above.
I got it.
Johnson, by the way, is the name of the Hopkins police chief, who we should be hearing from. We're also, we know.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. There's some breaking news. Happening
right
out of Minnesota. Some breaking news. We're live right now. Breaking news. 3 people stabbed to death, they're saying, at this home daycare. Okay, so including a child apparently was killed. 2 adults and 1 child, according to scanner reports. It was at a daycare in Hopkins, Minnesota. They're going to be doing a press conference coming up. One of the earlier scanner reports as well that I had read said that 6 from alert page that 6 kids were unharmed, but now we're hearing
Minnesota.
Child stabbed to death at this daycare.
Give me dates and times.
I don't know what could have happened for somebody to go ballistic and lose their minds like this. Daycare stabbing, EMS on scene, police reporting 3 victims deceased, reported 6 children not harmed. So quite a few kids have probably saw what happened there today. I can't imagine how traumatic that is. We're live now, Naked Mel. Just crazy, man. End of times. Let's listen to what's going on. The press conference coming up.
Here in Hopkins, and something that we'll learn about the details. We'll confirm those details here hopefully pretty soon.
Is that house in the back that they're talking about the daycare?
Police chief, you were informed.
I'm not sure.
Brent
Okay.
Johnson,
I mean, it's
the
got to
chief
be.
of police
I see
there,
the
would be
crime
giving
scene
a
tape
statement.
is
We know when that will
over
happen.
here.
I'm finding it little by little. I'm getting it.
Out there at the scene as well.
Right. So,
See
Richard
the tape
Boring
way over
they're
here.
doing a press
Bedros
announcement.
and I are on the north
see.
side of.
So maybe
Let's
it's
see, we
this
got a.
area.
Okay, I think there's a cop here talking right now. Let me get that on the screen. Hang on a second here. Boop, boop. Get some kind of update.
That's crazy, man. Do that
It might be
crap.
allegedly. Everything allegedly. I'm putting it in your chat.
it is.
Double dog.
Oh, you're
Everything is
good.
allegedly. Allegedly, y'all. Allegedly.
You're worried. No worries.
Pressure
No
here.
worries.
Okay.
Interesting.
When was
Upon
this?
arrival, officers located a deceased male, female, and
Army vet. When was this?
Is this one?
No.
Nearby Minneapolis.
Was this?
No.
Is this the time? Different date and time?
Today,
Minnesota
yeah, that's
got-
different. Yeah, because this is May 30th, 2026.
Okay, because Minnesota got a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
ICE is conducting a lot of. This is what's going on right now. This is why it's kind of hard.
Yeah, no.
The FBI and Department of Justice and federal partners have been executing search warrants across more than 20 child care and autism facilities in the Twin Cities. Many of the field office confirmed actively stating the FBI with federal and state law enforcement have court authorized law enforcement activity. So this is a sting that's going on with a lot of this stuff of daycares, and it's a lot of them. I have another one. A daycare worker was arrested by a local police officer for slashing a toddler's face with a pizza cutter. I got a local police arresting an 18-year-old daycare worker who confessed for suffocating an 11-month-old. So a lot of stuff is happening in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm trying to get the exact time, because a lot is happening there today.
Okay. Yeah, I'll play this in 1 second. They just had a huge bust here in Mass for missing kids and kids that were taken. They recovered. I don't even remember the amount of kids, but they got a lot of kids. So, all right, let's do this.
Little victim. There were other children present within the daycare, and we were able to get them out of the daycare and reunify them with their parents. At this time, there's no outstanding threats in the community. This is an isolated incident, and we are.
Thank you, Gene. Appreciate you being here. Doug, be safe, buddy. See you at 5.
Provide you more information as we gather the information throughout the day.
Is this family?
This appears, all the victims appear to be a part of one family.
Oh, wow.
We're inside the home when it happened.
There were 7 children within the daycare. One is deceased.
How can you give an approximate age of that child?
I honestly do not know.
Were there any other injuries besides the 3 that are deceased?
There were no other injuries to any other children inside the daycare.
Chief, is this a house that has been known to y'all, or is there any history with this couple that you know of?
At this point, I do not have that information.
Chief, what time did this happen?
This happened just after 9 this morning.
What was the person who perpetrated the attack, one of the deceased, or do we know where they are?
We believe the perpetrator is deceased.
Is the perpetrator the male or the female?
We believe it's the male.
What's the relationship of the adults who were deceased to the daycare, if any, or to the home?
It's believed to be the daycare owners.
Do they live there?
We believe so, yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Are they, what's their relationship, husband, wife?
I honestly do not know the marital status of them, or if they're partners. I don't know at this point.
But the child that was killed is their child?
Believed to be their child, yes.
Can you just talk about the gravity of this situation, dealing with something like this, and then also having other people's children in the home at this time that this happened?
Well, this is a horrific, tragic situation for any community, especially here in Hopkins, where we don't see this type of crime. It's a rarity here in Hopkins. We're a very safe community, and the impact is felt not only here but elsewhere for every parent who has a child in a daycare setting or anywhere where they don't have immediate control over their child. So yes, it's heartbreaking.
Chief, I'm sorry if I missed this. Was this a stabbing? What was the weapon involved here?
At this time, we are still trying to determine the weapons involved, and we'll release that at a later date.
Anything about the nature of the injuries?
No, at this point, I can't tell you.
How were police notified about this, and what sort of response did you guys have right away?
Our response was due to a parent of one of the daycare children who had arrived to drop off their children.
Did they witness it?
I believe so.
Wow. What are the ages of the range of the children there and the deceased?
I mean, they were all very, very young children. So I don't have their ages at this point.
Under 5?
It was somewhere
Thanks,
around
Jonathan.
that age range.
Do we know if there was any no contact, domestic restraining order, anything like that involved in this couple?
Again, we're trying to dive into the background here, but initially our goal was to get here to protect the scene as quick as possible with multiple agencies. That's why I had a very large response. And at that point, the goal is just to preserve the scene and make sure that everyone was safe. Render aid as quick as possible.
Sorry, are the kids all back with their parents now?
Yes, all the children have been reunified with their parents, and that's why this took so long.
So was this all one family?
Again,
So they were all one family,
Yeah.
and so it was the husband and the wife.
Yeah, either husband and wife or boyfriend, girlfriend, their child.
Got you. All three of them.
Yeah. So he, well, it
The
looks,
way it sounds.
yeah, it sounds like it was him unaliving
Got you.
the wife and the child, and then himself, and then
Wow. Got you.
and the parent dropping the kids off. She got to watch it.
Oh wow.
That's what he just said. Did she, did she see it? And then he was like, yeah, I think so. That sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's, imagine walking in to drop your kid at daycare and here's everybody laid out on the floor bleeding. I mean, that's crazy. And these poor kids that were in there, I mean, hopefully they're young enough that they might not remember. But if,
that's definitely scarring moments for sure.
See, this is the perfect example right here. What do you think it is that drives somebody to do this? Is it anger? Is it the whole love, if I can't have you, nobody will thing? Or is this an individual that's got some serious issues? Or do you think it's just like Army vet said earlier, stress causes a lot?
I just think we don't have enough information to know.
I mean, it blows my mind how you can get to the point of, you know what, dude? I have to unalive everybody. I have to. I don't know how you get to that point.
Yeah, I don't either. That's
you don't think as men all men are capable of doing this. We just choose.
Oh
not
yeah.
to.
Right. Well,
You know what I'm saying?
everybody has that
Yep.
breaking point to do that in
Yeah.
the right. Put anybody in the right situation, and that
Mhm.
will happen. I'm just looking at it like from the perspective of we don't even know. Like first of all, there is no good reason. Obviously,
Nope.
No.
right? There's no good reason. So definitely, there's some mental issues there somewhere, from someone. But we don't have like all the dynamics. We just,
No.
you know what I mean? We just got like little pieces that you could speculate all day long and come up with every little thing. But yeah, until we get something as to a motive why this guy, lost
here's
his
the
mind.
thing. There's limits and there's restrictions. You leave kids alone.
Yep. I've always
You
said
don't harm kids or
You don't-
elderly.
elderly,
You don't.
kids, or the disabled.
Yeah, you
Untouchable.
don't. Nobody should end anybody's life.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying women are, okay, no kids, but the women are okay, or the teenage.
No, we get what
No.
you're saying. There's just
All
a
I'm
certain
saying
red
is-
line you don't cross.
You don't take the kid. What the hell did the kid do to you? Nothing. You want to harm somebody miserably, then you're gonna. I mean, what you've seen, husbands, wives, whatever, unalive their children. Now you're making the father or the mother suffer because of what you did to their kids. But here, you unalived your wife, girlfriend, whatever the hell you are. Okay, now either unalive yourself or move on. You don't unalive your kid.
Yep, I agree. Pure evil. Well said, Carol. Blue eyes,
is-
absolutely, is pure disgusting.
More men know this. To harm a woman, most men can't even cross that. To harm a
That's true.
child,
No.
that is like 1%. Men, we can't do that,
Nope.
man.
Nope.
It happens, but usually it's because something occurred and the person was just just wasn't in his right mind. He was just a nut, right? Yep. And he'll have to pay that for whatever their state has for what the penalty is, the repercussion, But the idea, that's not normal behavior. That is not normal behavior. So when someone makes that decision that I got to take everybody out because of whatever reason, dude, like you said, just take yourself out if it's that bad,
And I've taken heat, and I don't know why. I never really wondered why, but
well said, Blue Eyes.
If you do this and you unalive yourself, you're a coward. You're an absolute coward.
XDD, most of them know when they go into jail and they know you harm a child, it's a death sentence.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they unalive themselves, because they know I'm not going to make it in jail, prison. That's why a lot of these people do that. But you know what? Yeah, shit, right. I think we still should have firing squad. Really? Didn't I just hear somebody has a firing squad still in one of our
Arizona,
states?
I thought.
Because I thought they just unalive somebody that way.
I thought Arizona had that type of law.
That's
They're
shit.
Like the old West.
Yeah, man.
Maybe you still even have the noose, where you just, pull the lever.
Yeah.
I think that's why they call it the Wild Wild West.
Well,
did they Chris? Do y'all know if they outlawed? I ain't gonna say the penalty, but the chemical part. They said they will nobody will ever. The medical people don't want that chemical out no more.
I haven't heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Colorado. Carol said Colorado.
Yeah, good. It should be. But you know what I did learn the other day, and I never knew this. When they execute somebody with the chemicals, when they bring the person in, put them on the bed, they put the tie downs on, last words, blah, 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 and then they go in, they put the IVs in and shit like that, and then they go in the back room. Did you ever notice that they put double IVs in their arms?
I do.
No.
Never knew why, but I'm going to tell you why right now. When they go in the back room, there's the nurse people that helped you, and then there's either one or two doctors, usually two. Each one of them inject. Each one of them pushes the button, whatever it is that they push to inject the lethal. They don't know which one had the lethal in the syringe or whatever's injecting them, because they don't want them to carry it. They don't know.
Makes sense.
I never knew that. I thought there was just one guy in the back going, "All right, sucker." You know what I mean? But
there was still that guy with the bag over his head. That's
yeah. And
Mr. Death.
And I didn't know that. And I was like, wow, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Because I mean, look at even little things when you're not little, but when you're an officer and you have to take out your weapon and you unalive somebody for whatever reason, you live with that for the rest of your life.
That's true.
And I'm sure this is what you guys would know best. I mean, the military too. You're out there unaliving a lot of people sometimes. You got to live with that. I'm sure it's not easy. I would never know. I don't ever want to know how that feels. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, same goes for the executioner. I never really thought about it that way. I thought it was just that one guy, like, all right, here is the on button, send the injection, but it's those two. So I'm sure they still live with it because each one of them knows they had the right dose, but they don't. So I guess that's a pretty cool way.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's awesome. That sounds pretty I mean, it sounds really good, to be honest.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean,
Yeah,
it
sure
makes
does.
sense, right? Because I mean, I wouldn't
want to know.
Me neither. Just no. I mean, but here's the bad part though. If it's I mean, that would be tough for me because, like, you know, this guy unalived the child, this guy unalived, and you know what I mean? Like, there's different things of why he's being executed. So I'm like,
Yeah.
You're like, well, he unalived 36 kids in his life. Well, shit, give me the button. You know what I mean? But you can't be like that, you know?
No, I agree. I totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, let's see what's left in this.
Why this took so long to come out here and tell me this?
Can you just tell me again your reaction? I mean, you hit on it a little bit that this really is a nightmare situation for a parent. You drop your kid off at daycare and then you find out this happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's no worse scenario than this, where you drop off your child to somewhere you think is safe and you get that phone call. I think we can all relate who have children and those who don't, that this is just a tragic situation anywhere in the world, let alone here in Hopkins. And again, this is a rarity, and we will continue to investigate it as thorough and transparent as possible.
Chief, 2 questions here. Maybe too early. Do we know, did the perpetrator take his own life?
Preliminarily, we believe that to be the case.
Okay. And how are your officers holding up to? I mean,
wow, he said the perpetrator. This is some crazy stuff. This murder unaliving stuff that's happening.
Here, maybe too early. Do we know, did the perpetrator take his own life?
Preliminarily, we believe that to be the case.
Okay. And how are your officers holding up to? I mean, this is, you know, not just for the community. This is going to be traumatic for them as well.
The initial officers on scene, this was a tragic situation for them as well, and I can see on the look on their faces that this was one of those ones that you'll remember throughout your entire career, if not life.
Yeah, you always forget about
Do you have
that.
any expectations about when
right?
You'll have?
You know, everybody always forgets about that. Well, not everybody, but these law enforcement, you guys, I'm sure you've seen your fix of unalived people before. I mean, it sits with you, right? It absolutely sits with you. And I'm no law anything, but I've seen a few unalived bodies, but the first one I ever saw was when I was a teenager. There was a motorcycle accident, and I can honestly say his head was gone. His head was severed, and it was still in the motorcycle helmet. And it just had happened, and we were driving, and we went around the whole thing, but you could just see it. And then a little bit down the road, you could see the other circle, and there was the helmet with it was gross. I never forget that, ever. So I can't imagine, walking in on a crime scene like this with kids, the 2 adults and a kid unalived, and then I'm good. Like, law enforcement, I mean, you got to be strong, and that's why a lot of these law enforcements end up, leaving.
Well, everybody, most law enforcement, when they get out, there's enough trauma in their mind that, when you talk about PTSD or something to that effect, they already have it. I mean, it's just a part. Unfortunately, it's one of those careers where you go into, and when you come out, you're not the same. You know what I mean? You're not the same. You're not the same person as when you took the job, and that's expected. And I think for the most part, maybe you don't know that really right quite at first, or you think it's not really like that. But when it's all said and done, yeah, it's like that. It's like that. It's that old thing where people would say, "Why would you take a job if scientists, right? They all come up missing. Why would they take a job knowing that at the end of the day, they're probably going to become unalive because they know too much?" Well, it's the same thing. Law enforcement, in this case, it's because of what you see that inevitably you probably are going to be a changed person, and not necessarily for the good. Not always, but most of the time.
Now, do you have issues about talking about when you were at the war? Do you? I mean,
I can tell you we've been in battles. I can tell you that I know what it's like to see people charred and burned. I know what it's like to know what that smell feels like and sees. Not so much feels, but smell it.
Yeah.
So
the worst smell ever.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. I know what destruction does firsthand. But I don't really like go into the nuances of it because
more of what I was gonna ask is when you finally came home, were you completely changed? Did you have?
Oh yeah. I was never the same. But yes, of course, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's why I take medication. But yeah, absolutely. Only because of the fact that I remember when I went in, what kind of person I was, and I remember when I came out, what kind of person I had become. And so everything else, it was definitely a change. Now, I can also tell you that people in my unit, I knew some that came in and came back, and they were just fine because it hits everybody differently. Everybody has a different take, a different spin, a different reason why they feel that. For me, I've always valued life. I've always believed that life was the most precious thing in the world. So for me, life meant everything, right? So when I see this and I go through this, I realize that, it's a big change. It's kind of like when I told you guys the story that the young girl that drowned, that I had to do CPR on, and I don't have any other officers next to me. I'm doing it by myself, and I'm trying to revive that. That sticks with my head all the time, especially after I had 5 girls and a boy. This is really like clicking in my mind, and this young girl, is 14 years old. So I guess, that's definitely going to play on your mind. You do everything you can, you hope for the best, but then when you stop and think for that moment, the first thing that said in my head was, I don't think I'm never going to ever deal with this person again. Like, I'll never see this person grow up as I'm working. I'll never see this person talk to this person. I'll never see this person see what they become. Because, most of the time you'll stay at a place for a while. Yeah. And so the feeling is, man, that person is just like scratched out completely. And when you think about it from that perspective, for me anyway, and because I value life, it hits you a little bit harder. And there is some people that, they couldn't give a rat's ass. I mean, they just say, whatever, it's no big deal to me.
I got you. Yeah.
It's just a different people, how they look at these different things. So do I talk a lot about it? The only people I have ever talked about my experiences, in all honesty, was my father-in-law. Now, I had brothers in the military.
Yeah.
I've had brothers in the military, but the only one that I talked to was my father-in-law, who was in Vietnam and got wounded in Vietnam. Me and him have had a lot of conversations about his and mine.
Yeah.
That's the only person I've ever really talked about. Other than that, I don't really say anything, because the only people that are going to understand are people that have been down those trenches with you.
Right. Yep.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
So yeah, but does it bother me? It doesn't bother me that I can't function in life.
Yeah.
But does it bother me? Well, yeah.
It never goes away. I would think.
It never leaves your mind. And, that's why you take so much medication, just to go and not worry about it. So,
now that photo behind you, not of the handsome guy. I still don't know who he is.
Oh, that one guy with that guy.
Yeah, the good-looking guy. I don't know.
Right
who
there at
he
the
is.
top. You got it.
Yeah. But the one above that with all the guys.
Oh,
do
yeah,
you-
yeah.
Do you talk to any of them still?
I used to talk to him a lot. I used to talk to him a lot. Matter of fact, some of those guys on there were on my tank or was on our tank. You know, we were
Oh.
together, 4-man crew. One of them was my best man.
Oh.
Yes, I do. Until there was just a different views, political views.
Yep.
And once that happened, there's probably out of this picture here, I would probably say about maybe 3 of them that I talk to. Not like all the time.
Yeah,
but
no,
like
that's
every
fine.
so often.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah,
when I
you
used to have my Facebook. I don't have Facebook no more.
Yeah.
But when I used to, I about 3. But I love every one of them. Respect
no,
every one of them.
Yep.
We just don't agree on the political realm. So therefore,
And that's usually what happens.
And that just pushed everything to the side.
Yep.
But now if I saw them, we'd be the best friends in the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You guys went through a lot. you know?
Absolutely. And that'll never change.
No.
It's just that, ideologies change.
Yeah.
Thinking process change. So for me, that's why, honestly, that's a big reason why, me personally, I don't get into the political realm. Do I know the politics? I know it like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
I know it like the back of my hand. Do I want to go ahead and share that? No.
No.
Because here's the thing, just like religion, man, it never goes the way.
Yeah.
Not everybody sees it the same way.
No.
And it just causes a lot of havoc. So
Yes,
I
it
should
does.
stay away from it, to be honest.
Hell yeah.
But, yeah.
Is Ami Vet still here?
No, he left.
Oh, did he?
He left.
He's like, he's like that. He's like gone, like,
Yeah, no, he said, sir, somebody said it earlier. They said, oh, all right, Army vet, have a good one. And I was like, oh shit, then what I missed. And then
Oh yeah, no, he's a quiet go away. See you.
But yeah, no, guys, everything today was great conversation. And I don't have a problem with anything that was said today. Nothing whatsoever. It's just there's always that slippery slope. And so I always try to be careful not to allow that slippery slope to take effect, because then somebody falls down. And
I don't want to fall down and go boom again. So I mean, really,
so
I do enough of that.
That's why. But other than that, it's not because I can't. It's just because, I know, like, I got feelings that will be hurt, that get hurt, and even in my own family, who I love everybody in my family.
Yeah.
So
Right,
we
that's
have
what it
different views of opinion, and so, but do we still talk? Oh, absolutely. Do we, yeah, absolutely. That's never going to change. It's just the idea that it seems to always bring up or go to a point where you have to either stand your ground or give in. And I'm not one to beat on anybody's drum. I beat on my own music, man. I dance to my own music. I do not, and if you ask me why, I could tell you why, exactly why.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with that or not, that's a different story.
And
but I will tell you why. That's why I don't, because it just never led to anything good. And that was with family. Oh my God. I can imagine with people on the outside, Yeah, not good.
That wouldn't be good. It's
Like
like
this-
you like pancakes, I don't.
Yeah, love pancakes. Lots of butter and syrup. Melly says, what time did this happen? What time did this incident happen, Chris? About
What the hell time did he say?
9:30.
9:30.
9:30. Somewhere in the 9:30, Melly. Quentin says police should be highly paid because they protect us and go through a lot. I agree. Teachers and police, absolutely. Firemen, anything in the public service, man. It's hard because literally you're there to help people. April says so many families go through PTSD and it's real and sad. Even if it's not you, My brother did Vietnam, and I know, yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
And here's the thing. It's just like this ADHD thing that is everywhere now.
Yes.
I think everybody in the world has ADHD at some point. But
Yes.
I'm serious because
No, I agree.
Back in the day in Vietnam, they didn't know what PTSD was.
No.
And back in the day, they didn't know what ADHD was.
Nope.
So all these cases that you see now, you had that back then. They just didn't know what that was.
Right.
So,
that is exactly right. That's exactly right.
You know, in PTSD, it didn't just happen, 17 years ago. It was there forever.
You know what I was always told when I was a kid growing up, I was always told, if it was something like you dealt with, like something that's really monumental to yourself, and it's a scar that you live with, here's how I was raised. Man, just suck it up. Just move on. Just go on. Move on. Like there's no time, there's no place for any of this. Just move on. And so growing up, that's what I did until I got into the military and then in law enforcement, and things were not that simple. But when you're being raised, that's exactly how I was raised. We don't cry about, that old saying, we don't cry about spilled milk. We just don't. We just move forward. We just power through, and that's great. And it does work only till it doesn't work. And then you just got to get some help, in all honesty. But let me read what Blue Eye said, because I watch so many videos where people disrespect the police. I was not raised that way. And I tell my kids too, you better respect the man and the badge, and extent. Sometimes that can be too much. Now, I will say this. I agree with that. Obviously, I've been in law enforcement myself for a long time, so I agree with that. But make no mistake, I remember when I was a kid, I remember my brothers would constantly fight the police, constantly. And the reason they did, because this wasn't always an accepting area, acceptance of different cultures. Remember I told you there's no African-American that used to live here when I grew up as a kid.
Right.
So it is predominantly Caucasian, and it was notorious from the nearest law enforcement area town that there was a lot of bigotry. And I see my brothers said one thing they didn't do is they didn't, a lot of them served in the military, but they did not give in on anything. So if it meant me and you are going down and we're getting into it, yeah, they had no problem going to jail for a few days, because they were not going to take any guff, if you will. And so I seen a lot of that as a kid, as the youngest one of 19. I seen a lot of that. That didn't change me from not respecting guys. Well, I did it. I said, man, if you want to make a change in life, you put yourself in a position to make a change. That's why when I reached my level of what I've always wanted to do, to reach that level as a chief, then I could make those changes. But it took me a while to get there. But when I got there, guess what? Now I accomplished that. I put myself in a position to make a change. Not necessarily at that department, but in a department where I was going to be making the calls and the decisions. You see? So that's how I roll. Do I, I teach my kids, hey, just do what you got to do. Say when cops, treat them this. I've been doing this a long time. You see what I do. I deal with people at times, but I got along with a lot of the people that I worked around, like citizens and stuff. Just carry the personality, the communication. So very well said, Blue Eyes. I agree with you 110%, but I wasn't always raised that way. And because my brothers were very strong-willed, and you take one, you're going to take them all, and now same individuals went into law enforcement. One individual who was really, it was one of those go to jail or go to the military. That happened a few times. It was either go ahead and what do you want to do? I want to be law enforcement. Became law enforcement. So people do mature and grow up and realize maybe those ways are not the right ways. But I watched it as the youngest kid of 19 and having 11 brothers. I watched those And I never understood it until I got old enough to where I was in law enforcement. And then I said, oh my God, everything just clicked. Yeah, that long, everything clicked when I said, because I'll be honest, I used to think, God, why does my brother's always getting in fights with these cops, blah, 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 blah. I could never understand it. And then when I became a cop, I totally got it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that as I was a kid. And so saying that, now I became a cop. I became a good one. And I became a chief. And I became a good one. Why? Because I knew I was going to do things different than what I didn't like to see in the past. I'm going to do things different. I'm going to treat people different. And guess what? Worked good for me. I didn't have a problem. So yeah.
Don't suck what he's saying here. His department had 2 people, him and one other guy.
Whether I had 5 or 10, but I will tell you this. I do respect law enforcement, and I expect everybody to respect law enforcement. And there are some cops that are not. They don't play by the same rules.
No.
But you know what? There's always going to be a few bad ones, but you're going to find a hell of a lot more good ones, and you're going to find nowhere near as many bad ones.
And see, I always get slack about what I'm about to say, because look if you get pulled over, just do what he asks you to do.
I agree.
And see your license and registration. Sure, officer. Here. Can you roll your window down? Sure, officer. Here. Why do we have to fight? Why do you have to prove to him in the ticket you're going to either get for, running the red light, or the warning for running the red light, but you turn it into a fight?
Right.
No, here it is, and your fucking window's open a crack, and you won't give him his stuff. I'm innocent. I don't have to do that. Why do you have to prove that? I don't understand what you're proving.
Yeah. No, I agree. I've had people do that to me. I've had people, hey, can I have your license insurance? What'd you stop me for? You were speeding? No, I wasn't. Okay, well, I still need your license insurance. Well, I wasn't speeding. Well, I still need your, and then it becomes this one of these things. And then it's like, look, man, you got 2 options. Either you give me your license and insurance, or I just take you to jail. Simple as that. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And then they realize, and then of course, it is what it is. But
yeah, but
just follow the freaking rules, man.
Right. Well, here's the perfect comment. I was waiting for somebody to say this, and it's Annie that says, where we live is some police that are nasty. Yes, of course. In this day and age, the last, 7, I'm just going to say the last 10 years, do you think any, and it's not you, Annie, I'm asking everybody, do you think that there's any reason that the cops may be nasty now? Does anybody have a thought of why they might be nasty? Why they may walk up with an attitude? Does anybody know?
Does anybody know why they would be nasty? Well,
I mean, a police officer walking up to your window today, or the police officer walking up to your door because there's a domestic violence going on. Is there any reason? Because I'm going to tell you the reason. This is my thought. This is what I think. And again, I've told you this before. I have everybody that I got and went to school with is either a police officer or a fireman. Like that, all the bad kids that I grew up with, they're all police now. And all the good ones, they're in jail somewhere. But the reason that these guys, listen, and it's not all of them. Some are just bad cops. They shouldn't have the job. But they come nasty these days because they're getting gunned down for no reason. They're being shot at. They're being tased. They're being kicked. They're being punched. They're being driven over. There is no reason that you should have to question about having to hand over your license and registration that you know is the law.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please step out of your vehicle? No, I'm not gonna. Once you're asked, you need to come out. There's a reason they're asking you to come out. I just don't get it. But yes, I believe cops are nasty now because they want to go home at the end of the night.
That's it.
And they're being shot. And all this bad stuff is being done. But I think I'd have a nasty attitude too. I'd be like, listen here, give me your license or registration. Nope. Give me your license or registration. You know what I mean? It's like stupid. Just do it. It doesn't make sense. Why? You got to question them. Why'd you pull me over? You ran the red light. No, I didn't. Well, you can fight that in court, sir, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And then go. If you're not, and I'm going to say it, man. If you just do what he asked, license and registration, do you know why I pulled you over? Yes, sir, I was speeding. I did it a couple of months back. Got pulled over. I was speeding. I'm not going to lie. I have like this much of a lead foot. This much. And he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? And I was like, yeah, I was speeding. He's like, license and registration. And I was like, here you go, officer. And he goes and he comes back and he's like, I'm going to give you a warning for the speed. Keep, slow it down. And he's like, this is what he said to me. He said, I want to thank you for telling me why I pulled you over. I want to thank you for being so nice about it. And I want to thank you for handing me the information. Here's your license of registration. Here's your warning. Have a great day. See ya. Thank you. Have a great day, officer. Thank you for your time, for your serving. It's not hard. And when you're really nice, most of the time you're going to end up with a warning. Or he's going to say, look, I clocked you at 80 in the 35-mile-an-hour zone. So instead of giving you the $800 ticket, here's the ticket for $200. Like, yep, no problem, sir. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, and I hate it. I hate seeing it. I hate watching the videos about it on, like, you see all, man, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I've had to learn the hard way, and I mean, only because, like I said, I was young and didn't understand everything that was happening. But I can honestly say that in the line of work in law enforcement in my career, I've probably seen one person that I just felt like they would cross the line anytime they wanted to. Mm-hmm. And that's probably why we just never clicked, and we never really, there was no, other than him being law enforcement like me, we never, we just never meshed. We never really talked because I did not like that. And of course, that individual, I was promoted over him, got promoted over a lot of people, did really well, yada, yada, yada. The more the story is that some of these people, there is a few, but honestly, I can only count maybe one that I can remember that I could say was, out of all the time that I've worked, I could say, man, there was one out there, but that's one. And that's the problem. Media today will take a bad situation of one and make it look like it's everywhere across the board, and it's not like that.
No, really, and now today, like that. No, now today in 2026, I mean, and it's not everybody, but wherever you look, to people, every cop is bad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the dude's been on the force for 10 minutes. He's bad. That's what today is. And This is what needs to change. And I don't think it's ever going to change. How does it change? How do you change it? You can't.
Man, it's awful. I think it's honestly, in my opinion, I think it's only going to get worse.
It is.
We have become a country of entitlements from all across the board. We have become a country where we want to be right and we want to say what we want to say when we want to say it. It's no longer there's a right place and a right time. And I think that everybody wants to fight every battle. And so they want to argue every battle. They want to fight every battle. And I don't mean literally, I mean literally, figuratively. Everyone wants to be right. Everyone wants to have the say so. It's like, like in the military, even now in the Marine Corps, now you can't, a person, a DI can't just yell at you and scream at you from the top of his lungs.
Right.
Because that's just not appropriate and it's not good for the mental state. So therefore now you can talk to them. You can ask them now. I haven't been in the Marine Corps for a long time, but I will tell you this, when I was there, it was totally the opposite, but it was just trying to break you. I get it. It was no big deal.
Yeah.
But some people literally would take it to heart. And then they changed the rules. Okay, So be it. That's the rule now. That's what we go by. But that's what I mean. The problem is people wanted to, in my opinion, people wanted to have the same equality. Well, no, you can't, because you can't. You're not in this profession. You're not, you have a right to your opinion and the things you say, but you don't have a right to tell me if I'm asking you, like you said earlier, for your license and insurance, and you want to say, well, I don't have to because I know my rights. Well, that's all fine, but you see where I'm going? It's just one of those things where in reality, people are wanting more. I want it when I want it when I want it. I don't want it when I don't want it when I don't want it. Right. It's that, and it just life doesn't work that way. So I think it's only going to get worse. And in my opinion, I think it's already we've been seeing it get worse. It's going to get only worse because that's how we're rolling. Not just in our country, but in life, right? Yeah. Things never go back to the easy days. It always gets worse and worse and worse. You just have, it's almost like you're building new normals. You're trying to build new normals. What is the normal? Well, the normal today is this. This is the normal, and my kids fall in that same line, as the kids that when you raise your kids, you raise them to the best of your ability. But then somewhere down the road, they go to school, they learn something, and next thing you know, they're a little different. And then as they grow, they're more maybe laid back, or maybe they want more say so, and that's why things keep trickling down to where it gets worse and worse, and it's going to get worse. I don't know what the breaking point is. I mean, people who believe in the word of God, they have their own views on the end of times. Some people believe, hey, God's coming back. All I can tell you is it's only going to get worse. Yeah, it is only going to get worse. So buckle up and try to just be you. Yeah. And take care of your loved ones and you, because this is buckle not up, something. Yeah, that's it. You don't want to get all into this battle, because all you're going to get is problems. The pen, as they say, is mightier than the sword.
Yep.
Okay. This can do more damage to you than this sword can do. So, but anyway, hey, great conversation. Love it. Love everybody. Appreciate you all. Great conversation.
It was good today. It was good today.
Exactly, Chris. I definitely like that today. Double Dog, AZ, amen. They have families to go to. Blue Eyes, sad to say, Chris. Sweet Opinions, no doubt. Oh, Sweet Opinions is in the house. Welcome in, Sweet Opinions. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Don't forget, click like and subscribe to Let's Talk with Chris and Devil Dog _88 and whatever those mods put out there, because that's who we like to try to support.
Whatever they put out there, just do it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, they're good. It's good people out here, man. We got good people that come on this chat, this live, that really have good channels, and you could learn a lot from them. Blue Eye says they need to go back without pulling that belt. Yeah, right. I know all about the belt. Mrs. Barney, I honestly love and respect officers here. Amen. Thank you, Miss Barney. Blue
Dog
Eyes
wasn't
too.
always innocent, you know.
No, I wasn't. I'll be the first one to tell you. April, my husband is a state certified building code office official. No one wants to be told what to do, even if it keeps the house from falling down. It's crazy. You're right. That's the whole thing. We want what we want when we want it. Sweet opinions. L, what's up? Make sure you guys click that like and subscribe to the channels. AZ, my husband got pulled over on I-10 going 90. I-10, that must be in California. I-10. No, it's in Arizona, I bet. I don't know. I think there's an I-10 in California.
I think it's 90. Somewhere in the U.S., though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 90 and a 65. Oh, wow. He had his music up and was in his zone. Officer asked why, if he knew why, and my husband said, I was jamming to Jesus. He was listening to Kayla Lord. That is cool. That is awesome. I used to listen to a lot of Kayla back in the day.
But that's the thing. Like you said, if they ask, yeah, I was speeding. Sorry, my man. I was jamming.
I mean, you can't argue when you can't argue, right? You know, I mean, look, I've gotten my share of tickets before I was an officer and even after. Fact of the matter,
I deserved the ticket.
It is what it is. Do what you got to do, man.
Yeah, I mean,
just don't talk my ears off, but do what you got to do. That's all. That's all I want to hear. You know, well, sir, thank you so much. And like even where I'm at now, everybody, a lot of people know what I used to do, so they go, yeah, you just you know, go a little slower. You know, go a little slower. Yeah, okay. You know, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I apologize. You know, whatnot. But for the most part, they're okay. But there's still the new ones that don't understand that yet.
Yeah,
they come out of the academy and they're gonna make their name known.
Yeah,
you know,
they're tough.
And those are the ones you got to bite your tongue and just go with the flow.
Yep, guys, Dog really was a milkman. He didn't have it.
Shit.
Do you ever see? I think the nicest, best, level-headed officer is what's his face? The traffic one, Troops. Have you ever seen him?
Troops.
Is it Troops? Is it Troops his last name? Or Shoops or something like that? He pulls people over and he's just really, really nice about it. But he can be an ass if need be. But he's really, really straight because he gets those sovereign citizens and he's just like, doesn't matter what you do. You still have to give me this and you still have to give me that.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. No, like I said, man, I loved everything I have done in my life. I am so happy. And if I die tomorrow, I lived a good life. My kids know that. So I'm good to go. You know, I accomplished a lot of what I wanted to do in life. Not everything, but a lot. So,
well, most of, I mean, look, you met me. I mean, that's the best thing that ever happened
to you.
That's
the biggest accomplishment I ever had.
Your wife, the best thing was me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, here's one thing I'll tell you. There was one job that I would never do, and I can't say never. I did it for like just a short time, But and it's no knock to anybody, but because I knew my abilities in life, I was never going to work in a factory. Mm-hmm. Family all worked in factories, in colleges, and etc. I was not going to be one. Why? Because I think I had a hell of a lot more to offer than working in. That wasn't my goal. So I never did. So that ought to tell you that it's not that I'm better than that. It's that I know what I can do. And I've always told people, there's nothing you can't do in life within reason. Nothing you can't do in life within reason. You know, I knew I'll never be an astronaut because I hated heights. But I tell you what, I could be a pilot if I wanted to. Well, then I can't because I don't like heights. I could be a fireman. Yeah, I'm not really fond of the fire, but I could be a cop. I could be an engineer. I could be. I could do anything I wanted to do. I honestly believe that. I believe that God made us in His image. In my opinion, and I don't want to talk religion, but I'm just telling you straight up. I believe God made us into His image, and because He did, that Jesus Christ, God was the smartest being ever, obviously. So therefore, if He made us into His image, as He says, that means we have all the potential in the world to be the best we can be, right? There's nothing stopping us. There's no thing stopping us. And I always throw that within reason. Within reason.
Yes, within reason. Hey, let me show this quick video, really.
Just did it.
This is
thank you all for listening. Appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you. This is the guy I was telling you about.
Okay.
It's Officer Frank Slope. Oh, let me see. Why ain't it? Hold on. Oh.
I put in my wife.
It's in your house.
Hold on.
Yeah. How you doing? See a driver's license, please.
Yeah, okay.
Can you turn down your jams for me?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
I was driving too fast.
yeah, you were.
Yeah, okay.
Man, there isn't a cop between Casa Grande and Coral Springs, Florida that wouldn't stop you for that. Holy cow, you are 77 years old.
Yeah, right.
Woo. And you're wearing a cannabis hat?
Yeah.
You smoking? You still smoke weed?
No, I don't smoke weed. I just bought it.
All right. I was just wondering. I was wondering if you were, you know?
No, I don't.
See your driver's license, please.
It's in my house. I put in my wife.
It's in your house. Do you have a license or is it suspended?
Yeah.
It's suspended, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't know why you're gonna call your wife if she's just gonna say, hey, man, your license is suspended.
My ID.
You rolled that stop sign. Then your license plates are suspended. And you were driving in 2 lanes from the entire way from Hurt all the way here. Can you give me that stolen street sign that's behind your seat?
Forever ago from a friend.
This is property of the state.
Yes, I know. It's from Mexican like 10 years ago. Like a long time ago. You can keep it any you want.
I don't want it. But it's definitely not yours because it probably belongs to the city of Casa Grande. Like they buy these and they put them up so people know which streets they're on. Any idea why I might have stopped you today? Speeding. Yeah. Yep. So you're from California. Welcome to America. So speed limit on this road is 50 miles an hour. It turns to 45 right up here. But back here it was 50. And I got you at 67. So you know your license is expired.
Since October.
Yeah. So you shouldn't be driving, right? Hey, you have an hour. You know how funny it is how many times I see women that are totally squared away and then guys that are like you. It's why we pick good women because they show us what we should do, like have a valid license. She's squared away. Nice. Good job. Good pick. Now you don't have a valid driver's license. And you didn't have current proof insurance with you. Not a big deal. All you have to do is show it to the court. They're going to throw that out. Get a valid license. If you guys could switch so that
was me, Chris. That's what I would tell people
when we leave here.
I mean,
I sure
show it in court. They'll go ahead and
yeah, most of it gets thrown out these days. Even the tickets. If they don't throw the ticket out, they cut it in half or lower.
Yep.
You just go to court.
You end up paying just the court costs, if anything.
Yeah. But I mean, just this guy is just, and this is just quick clips and stuff. And there's even moments when it gets mean, not mean, but he has to get a little more officer.
Assertive.
Because he gets the sovereign citizens, but he does it the right way.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He's not being mean. He's not being rude. And
I agree 100%.
Oh man, I love this.
It's fun. I mean, this is 40 minutes long, but I mean,
you look very fall. You have a good fall look.
Great way to start the
in
year.
pictures, you know, because he's so famous.
Man,
now.
thank you so much for being cool. I sure appreciate it. Ma'am, thank you so much for being so squared away. Thank you for doing
Pinell
all
County.
the good things. If you could put in line,
So
I
he's
sure
next to
appreciate it.
Nancy.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's, one thing I've always learned, always unalive them with kindness. When you run into a situation, always unalive that person with kindness.
Yep.
And they'll stop and think of what's really going on. And then they'll respond like, God, Lee, don't I sound like an idiot?
Yeah, I mean
that's what I always believed in. I didn't always believe in it, but I learned to get there real quick.
And most of the time, when you ask people after, or they re-see a video that was recorded from their incident or running with this, they sit there and say, Jesus Christ, I was an ass. What the hell? What was I thinking? You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, we all have bad days and better days. Cozy, Clue Keeper, absolutely. Carol B. Welcome in, Cozy, Clue Keeper.
I think I'm going to die from starvation.
Yeah, you and me both.
Keeping me on this live all this time. Unbelievable.
Yeah, guys, this has been a great live, man. Been a great live. We've done a lot of communication, a lot of talking. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe to all the channels. Understand, that we're just here trying to give you the best information we can give. Right now, there's a lot of things that are really stagnant because we just don't have a lot of information. So, we can expect to do more open chats. But when we do open chats, guys, come in with your questions. Ask away your questions, because that's the best time to kind of figure out, what, not so much what's going on, but what you may see that's not right. And maybe you could get an answer to that question. So
this is true.
That to me is I would love to do open chats a lot more. But then sometimes I feel like if there's cases to be covered, which there's always cases to be covered.
Yeah.
But when there's cases to be covered, it's kind of like you want to make sure that people are not thinking you don't have the material. It's just the fact that there's nothing really going on that I can put together in that amount of time. So saying that, guys, ask your questions when you get the opportunities, because sometimes we'll be on a roll with all these different cases, and then sometimes, very few times, we'll be able to go ahead and have the open chat. So take advantage of it while you can get it. April says, great conversation, DD and Chris are awesome together. Love this guy, even though he just picks on me every damn day.
I mean, shit, I got to make you laugh. You know what I'm saying?
Lord.
Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Get off the table. That's for later.
No. Hey, he don't get on the table much anymore.
Well, that's what I was saying. I haven't heard the cat the last couple of days.
I tell you what, I'll be sitting watching TV. Me and my wife will be sitting there watching TV, and he'll get on that table, and it's like a long ways away. And I'll pick it up, and I go, Bandit, and I'll show him this, man. He'll jump right off. He'll jump right off, and I'm like, okay, it does work.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until they get used to it, and then it's like, fuck.
Yeah. Right.
So, but yeah.
Well,
so yeah,
let's go ahead and end this live, guys. Let's end this live. We're going to be back at it at, oh God, it's already 1:30.
That's what I'm saying. What are we doing? Open chat?
I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, well, I'll study up on the breaking news that just happened, see if we can find out any more information, give you an update on that. I'll look around for other stuff. So
I'm gonna go see if I'm able to go do a little bit of mowing right now. So
a little bit of mowing.
Yeah, it's a little wet, but I want to see. A little wet never hurt nobody.
No, not at all. It just makes the lawn more dirty.
Yeah, well, tomato.
I don't like either. So
I love tomatoes and tomatoes.
I only like tomatoes. Well, I mean, tomato sauce different, but I only like tomatoes in a BLT. That's
God, that's the only way to eat them too. BLT.
Right. That's
I like it with a little coat of butter on the bread, a little coat of mustard on the bread.
On a BLT?
Absolutely.
I've never tried
mustard, lettuce, and tomato. My wife doesn't really care for the mustard. She'll go with the mayonnaise, but I go with the butter. I go with the mustard, and then the lettuce and tomato. Oh my God! And of course the bacon. You know.
Now that's what you're gonna have for lunch, isn't it?
Hey, I got several packs in there. I got one. They were on sale, so I do.
Yep.
Hey, it's all good.
This is what he's gonna do right now, guys. He's gonna get up, honey. BLT. I'll be in my chair.
Gotta
And
go
then that's it.
mow. I'm behind. Have a
Oh, you
great
go,
day,
man.
everyone. You too, Melly. Thank you. Thank you,
All right,
all
y'all.
the mods. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of you. God bless
Yes,
you.
Melly,
all.
take a lunch. All right, you guys. Thank you in the chat. Love you all. Dee Dee, love you. Semper
Semper
Fi.
Fi, my
See you
brother.
at 5:01.
Have your material because I'm going to be pressing for time.
Have my material. What the hell does this look like? See what I'm saying, guys? You just got a taste of it. Have
Adios,
your
amigo.
material.
Adios, amigo.
Bye.
Bye. Later, everybody. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything you guys bring to the channel. It is awesome. It's great, and we are literally growing. We're over the 2,400 mark. I think we're like at 2,415 subscribers. So we are growing. Things are going well, and with that, like I said, Semper Fi, everybody. God bless you. Always remember. It's all common sense, everybody. It's all common sense. You just got to think outside that box because it's common sense. God bless you all. Semper Fi.